Hello, hello, hello. How are you? How is everyone this morning? I'm doing well. I had the bright idea that just as I was starting, I realized I needed some tabs for my book, and they're in my cart that's just off screen, but it has like this lid, and so I was trying to move the lid, and the lid was falling off, and it was about to dump everything onto the floor, literally as I was about to press go. Anyway, how are you guys today? Are you excited? I am so excited to be reading Things Fall Apart. So, I am I have a lot of mixed emotions I have to say about this. So, I have read this book a ton. I think I mentioned in a recent video that may or may not have posted yet that this is one of the 3 books that I have read the most in my life. However, one of the caveats I have to say to that, it was because of my college classes. So I did not reread this by choice 5 or 6 times or however many times it ended up being. It was because it kept getting assigned in all of my literature classes, regardless of what type of literature it was we were reading, it seemed like. And so because of that, this is probably going to be the first or maybe the second time that I have willingly read this book on my own, and it's been, like, over a decade since I've read it. I remember nothing about this book other than that the title is true and that I didn't like the protagonist, perhaps. I don't recall it being the fastest read because I also don't recall it feeling that short, so let's cross our fingers and see how it goes. But I am excited to get back into the story, to see it again as like an older adult and experience it what will probably feel like for the first time all over again. So let me know how you are doing. Let me know if you're reading along with us, because like I said, we're reading, we're doing sprints. You don't have to read things follow along with us. You can read whatever you want. Excuse me, I'm still like getting over the congestion from my cold, but I'm feeling a lot better than I was on Monday if you were there with me then. So let's go ahead and jump to the comments because, yeah, we have all day to read and I'm excited. I personally am hoping to finish Things Fall Apart today. At the same time, I do not want to rush this book. There is so much that I recall being in it and to get out of it that I really want to just sit back, relax, and just take it all in. So let's go ahead and say hi. Hello, cool gamer. How are you? You are number one here today. So let me know, are you reading Things Fall Apart with us today? And I'm going to ask that of all of you right now. So if you haven't commented, please let me know if you are reading Fall Apart, or if you're reading something else. And hello, Jean. Yes, let's go. Yes, I'm so excited. Clearly, you're reading Things Fall Apart too. So happy to have you here. And good morning, Denise. How are you? Reading a different book for Tar, but wanted to join anyway. Awesome. Always enjoy your sprints. Thanks, Denise. And let us know what you're reading for Tar. Maybe that's the simpler one. Let me know if you're what you're reading if it's not Things Fall Apart. How about that? So, yeah, and the Amazing Readathon is so fun. I know a lot of people are participating in that. And Miss Peepers, hello, how are you? Good morning. I've been looking forward to this all week. Awesome. So have I. I just keep like sitting here looking at my book. Like I added my little bookmark to it yesterday. So good. And Never Ever After. Hi, I'm so excited. You got your library hold on time. Yay. Yeah, I know there were a couple of people waiting for library holds to come in. So I'm glad if you were able to get it. Though I think that's also good that, like, maybe somebody else was also reading Things Fall Apart, or maybe it was just at a different library location. And good morning, Heather. Good morning to you. Hello, Anne. Thanks for coming on. I know you started yesterday because you won't be able to be here the whole time. So exciting. It seemed like you were commenting on it a bit yesterday in the sprints, but I missed all of that by the time I had joined. So I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. Good morning, Alex. How are you? Put aside your current reads to pick up things fall apart. So did I, guys. So did I. Also, before I forget, and I will repeat this multiple times, if you look in the description box of this video, you will find the link for the read along, and you will also find the link for my Discord channel for this read along. The Discord, I'm only going to just be putting announcements and updates. So if something happens, like for some reason the live stream dies and I need to start a new one, I will put the link in there, that kind of thing. Um, all my comments and thoughts about this book that are spoiler related, I am going to be putting in the Storygraph. So if you don't have a Storygraph account, make one, it's free. Even if it's just for this read along, because it's really neat. Because what Storygraph allows you to do is read at your own pace, and you update where you are in the book. And as you do that in the read along section, it will start showing you people's comments. And it does a nice little job of putting a dot and highlighting when there's new comments. So you don't have to keep going in and wondering. And please let me know. I can share my screen. So if it would be helpful to show you guys before we start how the read along looks and works in Storygraph, please just let me know. And I'll do that real quickly before we start. All right, going on. Heather, I will be doing the buddy read. I made sure my horses are all fed and happy and outside. Yay, you're ready. Very good. And we will be taking a break. I have our Pomodoro timer set up so that we will read for 45 minutes or an hour. Also, let me know your preference on that. And then we will take 15-minute breaks, but it's set so that every fourth break will be 20 minutes, and that will just be a 20-minute break where like I will chat first, and then we'll basically go into just a 20-minute break that will be like go stretch, go water the horses, go do whatever you need to do, want to do without feeling the pressure like, oh, but they're still reading, because I won't be reading that during that time. You're welcome to keep reading, but I won't be reading. I'll be stretching my leg and probably putting out fires around the house, because you know how that goes. Alex, definitely won't finish. Oh, yes, busy afternoon of baseball. Yeah, and there is no pressure to finish. So, like I said, I'm not even sure I will finish. That's just my personal goal. But I just want to use this as a way for us to get started, to read it on and off throughout the day whenever you're able to pop in. Good morning, Wanda. How are you? Yes, you're reading along. Wonderful. And Miss Peeper says, I'm reading Things Fall Apart. It actually fit the TAR city prompt. Oh, so this is perfect. That is perfect. Yay, glad that worked out for you. And good morning, Shamika. Yes, excited to read along with everyone. We'll probably read The Foxwife. Ooh, that sounds good. It also sounds familiar, but I think I'm confusing that with the cover of Lonely Mirror in the Castle, Lonely Castle in the Mirror. That's it. Because it's like a fox and a girl, so the fox wife, I don't know. And Angela, good morning. You'll be reading Things Fall Apart. So excited. Yes, let's go. Oh, and you're reading Go Tell It on the Mountain. Ooh, 66 into the percent into the ebook. Really good so far. I have heard really good things about that. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. I do need to get into James Baldwin at some point. And Alex, oh, okay, I will join the Storygraph read along on the sprint. Yes, love that format. I do too. I think it's a really good way that they have it set up. And Alex has actually have it used. Oh, yeah, used it with our Peter Pan read, but I like the how Storygraph handles the buddy reads and read alongs. Yes, I absolutely agree. And you want to read The Foxwife. I have not heard of that. And Jans Cho wrote Ghost Bride. Okay, yeah, interesting books. I don't feel like I've heard about them. Well, The Foxwife sounds familiar, but we'll see. Anyway, okay, that's the bottom of the comments. That works great because I want us to go ahead and get going. I have one last thing to show you guys real quickly, which is I recently um, traded in some books at my used bookstore, which I've been doing regularly over the last few months. And then, of course, even though I'm choosing the option that gives me the most cash back, I still get trade in credit every single time. So I've still been hauling books slowly over the last couple of months. And I do have a massive book haul coming up before I move. But one of the books that I found the last time was Things Fall Apart. And look at this cover. I was like, "Wow, this is clearly a cover that came out much closer to when this book was published." The book was first published in English as in England, as it tells me, in 1958. This definitely looks like a 70s rendition, but I just love that because I don't know that I've ever seen any cover for this book other than this one. So I was super excited to find a different one. And I feel like everything on this cover, as we will discover, is like in the book. So, Karen, good morning, Karen. You've read Things Fall Apart, and we'll be if we'll we'll be reading my thoughts. Interested in my thoughts, I'm sure is what you meant. And you really liked it. And today we'll be reading Tale of Genji. Yes. Have you started it yet? How are you liking it, Karen? Let me know. And Wanda, I know, isn't that such an interesting cover? I just love the fact that it's, like, so many tie-ins with the book, and, like, I can't wait as we read it today to, like, keep figuring out more and more of the tie-ins, and yeah, so interesting. And Heather has Chinua Achebe's anthology with 3 books in it. Yes, a paperback, yeah, because it's a lot. He was a very prolific writer, even though he didn't write a lot of, like, long novels or anything like that. So, okie dokie. So let's go ahead and get started. I have our timer set this first go round for 45 minutes. I'm thinking after that, we'll do an hour-long sprint so we really get some good reading in. And then during our chats, I will be coming back. I will just be sharing my reactions to different things. But in the comments, I will be sharing, and on the screen as I chat, I will be sharing no spoilers. So all spoilers, please put them in the story graph and let me know if you're having any issues with it. And it's a reread for you. Okay, great. Yes, I just reread it earlier this year or the end of last year. I don't even remember which now. And yeah, it's such a like amazing book on so many levels. So, all right, here we go. Let me pull up our timer for us. I've got it set to 45 minutes and we can get started. Just the anticipation. And thank you all for joining me. We've got 45 minutes on the clock, and I will see you after our first sprint. Happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everyone? Mine was really good. I'm like already into the book and just have so many thoughts going on already. So, like I said, I'm reading all day, partially because I'm planning on reading slow, and tabbing lots of things. So I've already started to do that. I have made it to page 12, so I'm just like a couple of pages into chapter 2. And partially because I went on a like cola nut hunt where I was like, I recall the cola nut being very important both in this book and in this tribe in general. And I was like, I don't want to read more than one page where it mentions that without reading more about it. So I now have a page of notes about the cola nut, and I thought I'd share some of my findings with you guys. Um, so the kola nut in general is very important in West African culture, but also in very specific ways in Nigeria and very specific ways within the Ibu tribe, as it's called in here. And we'll also talk about that. Um, but what I found, the main things was that it's a powerful cultural symbol, a sign of respect, a sacred offering. Specifically, in this tribe, it was believed to potentially have been the first tree on Earth, and the nut itself represents life and peace because of that. So you'll see moments where it's shared, and when it's offered, it's there's some mention of how it brings life, and there's prayers. So it's a very ritualistic and symbolic nut, even though you'll often see it throughout the book used as what seems like kind of like almost how some people might share tobacco in our culture, not now so much so, but back in the day where it would be like, oh, have some tobacco or sharing of a peace pipe. If you're aware of some Native American um, cultural references. So, but it's like this sharing of a nut. There's a lot of meaning behind it. There's a lot of meaning behind who breaks the nut, and it like only men can do that. And there's a lot of going back and forth between who's going to do it. Like it's a whole ceremony to have this, and then you chew on it and you talk about life things. Only men can break the ceremonial one, I should say. Um, Depending on what part of West Africa you're in, typically the nut was believed to combat cowardice and make you ready for battle, to the point where they would give it to troops who were on the battlefield. And then I found that the cola extract, as the name sounds, is actually the original extract that was used in the original versions of Coca Cola and then Pepsi Cola. And I believe there's still at one point, I don't know if so much so now because the formulas changed so much, it was still used. And though it is believed to have a lot of uses and cures, the ones that have been studied and that it is actually scientifically proven to do is the extract can counteract fatigue, alleviate thirst and hunger, enhance brain activity, and suppress coughs. So there are a lot of interesting things it can do. Anyway, I really enjoyed the first chapter so far. I have left my thoughts in Storygraph on chapter 1 already. I plan on leaving comments after every chapter. And I should mention that I've broken the Storygraph up in a couple of ways. Every chapter of the book is on Storygraph, so you can leave comments on any or all of the chapters as you want. There are also 3 parts to this book. Right now, we're in part 1. And I have also left at the end of all of the chapters a part 1, a part 2, and a part 3. So if you don't want to comment on any specific chapter, but just on the whole part, you can just leave, comments in those 3 areas. Um, or you can do all of the above. You can comment on every single chapter and as on the parts as a whole and be neurotic like I am. Anyway, so those are my initial thoughts. I love the setting. I love the language being used to describe things. Like, I love reading outside my culture and just from around the world because people use different metaphors and similes and describe things in different ways. like, describing something as being like the palm oil that you eat words with, the description of growing like a bushfire, all of that. I love that. And I think Achebe is just so great at helping you get into his world without it feeling like a huge info dump. So those are my initial thoughts, and I get into in my comments some of the thoughts about the characters and stuff and some of the themes that I personally am going to be keeping an eye on as I read the book. So let me get the comments and see how you guys did and what your thoughts were. When I left off, oh, hello, Ben. Oh, hello and goodbye as you're working for the next 6 hours. Ah, bummer. Well, thank you for stopping in, Ben, and I hope you are able to stop back by after work or something, whether you're reading with us or not. Good morning, Cherie. How are you? Rolling out of bed to make coffee and listening to The Many Lives of Mama Love. Ooh, I have not heard of that one. A nonfiction. All right, tell me what that's about. Sounds interesting and good, and enjoy your coffee. And hello, Atia. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. And you are reading Tristan Strong Punches a Hole in the Sky. I have heard a lot about that book. Everyone seems to really like it. Let me know how you enjoy it. And good morning, Vanessa. How are you? I am enjoying my book so far. How are you doing today? I enjoyed sprints yesterday. I got not a lot of reading done overall yesterday, but I did get a lot of things done. And Diana, hello, good morning. You have read Things Fall Apart when it was one of the books selected for the Great American Reads. Nice. How did you like it? And today you're reading James, ooh, and Hidden History of Detroit. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. That sounds interesting. I might have to add that to my TBR. Let me know how you're liking James. Good morning, Coda. How are you? Nice to see you. Hello, Shauna. Nice to see you as well. I just saw your book haul video. And Shauna's working and listening to Finley Donovan rolls the dice. Ooh, yay. I think you were just talking about that, or somebody was just talking about that yesterday. Maybe it was during Vanessa's sprints, and I think somebody was saying that this was their favorite one. I think of the series. I don't remember who anymore. Too many things going on. Hello, Nani. How are you? Good morning. Just arrived and read one page. That's totally fine. You see how in 45 minutes I read 7 pages or whatever it is, and not because it's a slow read, but just because I read 8 pages. So no worries, plenty of time to catch up. And you're on page 17 and need to get to page 50. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure you will be able to do that in whatever you're reading. What are you reading today? Are you reading Things Fall Apart or something else? And Alex, oh, I'm going to be very slow with this. Going to be buddy reading this with Google for sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll probably be at the same like super slow, like resourcing page speed. And Heather's on chapter 5, but you have things to look up. So glad you shared that because I had questions about the cola nut. Yeah, there is a lot of information on the internet about the cola nut. The one thing that I would say is if you want information that will help you with this book, I would be sure to also make sure that you're reading specifically about how it's involved traditionally in this tribe. Um, because depending on what West African country you're looking at, there may be slightly different uses for it, but it has a very fascinating history overall. So definitely worth looking up. And Miss Peepers says, slow start because had to make my tea first. Ooh, yeah, I'm not good at mornings either. Yeah, so I totally get that. Read the intro and got to page 4. I can tell already I'm going to like this book. Great, glad to hear it. And I'm jealous that your book has an introduction because mine doesn't, which means I'm probably at some point going to have to buy yet another version of Things Fall Apart. But I don't mind that. Ooh, my bookmark is trying to wheedle its way out. Hang on. Emergency bookmark fix. Okay, there we go. Denise read 5%, 71% in, and this is your first James Baldwin and love his writing style. Very good. And Denise is reading Go Tell It on the Mountain by James Baldwin. And yeah, I've heard really good things about that book in particular of his. So I know a lot of people in general like his writing style. And Heather, so the cola nut is particular to this tribe. Yes and no. a lot of what I just said about the kola nut is particular to this tribe. The kola nut in general, you will find has a very long history in all of West Africa. Um, so hopefully that clears that up. And you're welcome for the kola nut info. Yes, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Yeah, I will try to, because I don't want to share spoilers. Probably a lot of what I will share during the chat is again just my impressions as well as any of the like massive amounts of research I decide I need to do. Basically, we're going to do an hour sprint, and I'm probably going to be spending 15 minutes of those sprints, either at the beginning or the end, updating my Storygraph comments, as well as like looking up all the things that I was like, what? Tell me more. That wasn't enough. And Nani says, I'm going to try and read things fall apart. I'm so into horror that I need other types of horror. It must have been awful how people lost their tribes, their origins, their culture. Yes, yes, definitely for sure. And I'm in the middle of another horror book by Dan Simmons. I finally started to read, guys. And so far I'm liking it, though I'm like, "Ooh, yeah, the gore is real." And Never Ever After says, I'm reading it quite fast, and you're at page 35. Yes, chapter 4 finished. Very nice. Yeah, and I can say too, like, there's nothing like, don't feel bad about doing it one way or the other. Personally, when I read books for the first time, I really like to just read it straight through and just get a lay of the land and get a feel for the book. Because to me, that helps me know whether it's even worth like going back and rereading it and taking time to research. And the most I'll do is I'll mark things that I like or dislike and things that I don't understand. So it sounds like you're going that route and just kind of reading it through and trying to get a sense of the story. And I think that's a great way to do it as well. So I hope you're liking it as well. And Shauna was reading Finney Donovan Jumps the Gun yesterday. Okay, yeah, okay. So that's what I thought. I was like, I'm pretty sure it was a conversation that you were having with Vanessa, and Vanessa was saying the last book was hers favorite, and da da. Okay. And Wanda, I too love reading about cultures from all over the world, and Africa is one of my favorites. It's so interesting to understand the different and similar ways they have created their lives. Yes, yes, absolutely. Very culturally rich. And Heather looked up the instrument ujine. I don't know if I'm saying that pronouncing that correctly, which is used by the town crier at the beginning of chapter 2. It's basically a conical shaped metal gong. That is correct. And there is at the back of this edition of the book, there is a short glossary. So all the italicized words in this edition are in the glossary at the back. That may also help you so you don't have to literally like look up all the things. Maybe I'll see if I can change our timer to a gong sound because that would be fun. It'll be like our little town crier, but I don't think there's a gong on there, but I'll look. And Alex says I'm giving clear post-its a try to annotate without actually writing in the book, but I want to underline everything. Me too. I'm regretting not picking up those clear post-its when I saw them the other day. So, so writing in the book you go. Yeah, I'm probably gonna eventually go there. I have paper tabs, so I can at least write on my paper tabs, um, but it's not enough room. And I have regular Post-its somewhere. Oh, I know where they are. Okay, I'm glad we've had this conversation. They're very close by. And Alex says my version doesn't have an intro either. I know. Wah wah. Emmy's Peepers has the Everyman's Library edition. Okay, that makes sense, and I love their editions, and I like to get hard covers of books that let me try again. I love hardcover editions of books that I like to reread. So it's good to know that that one has an introduction. They usually do. So, my next purchase. Hello, Ricardo. How are you? I love Saturday sprints too. I'm doing well. Wonderful to have you here. Good to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful day and weekend. And Coda says hello to Ricardo. Um, and see, this is the trick, guys. You just get to type everyone's names. I have to try and pronounce them. Um, Amufia is one of 9 villages in southeast Nigeria, but is fictional. Ooh, yeah, good point. Yes, this whole story is fictional, including the village. Yeah. The time period is supposed to be turn of the 19th or 20th century. Yep. Thanks for the to look up. And Ricardo says, hi, Dakota. Miss Peepers says, Denise, I read Giovanni's Room 2 years ago and loved it. Go Tell It on the Mountain is on my physical TBR. I'm curious to hear how you like it as you get further in. Yes. And Ricardo's recording a vlog about classics during the next sprint, and you'll edit the new part. I'm deciding which classic to read next. Ooh, might be Rebecca or some Spanish standalone fantasy. Ooh, that sounds good. Let us know what you decide to choose. But yay, I can't wait to see it. I love watching your videos, Ricardo, even though I have to sit there and like read all the subtitles. But it's still fun. And Nani says, I suggest reading Rebecca and then watching a movie by Hitchcock. Yes, I second and third and fifth that. And Alex says, mine doesn't have a glossary. Oh no. Oh, they cheated you. And Diana, I really enjoyed Things Fall Apart, loving James and the history of Detroit. I need to star that so I remember to look up the history of Detroit. And Ricardo says, I've watched the most recent adaptation. I'll do that and read Hitchcock and watch Hitchcock's after reading the book. Yeah, definitely. Hitchcock is just like so interesting. I love Hitchcock. Um, Heather looked up the religion, which is called Igbo, but they speak in proverbs called Ibu. So I needed to figure this out related or not. Yeah, yeah, and, Alex also, this is a good point, looked up these 2 different name, differences, and Ibu is partially, what the tribe was called in the more anglicized version, but it's also to know how that works in terms of the language and religion. So, yeah, as you guys look stuff up, please keep sharing it with us all. And Denise says to Miss Peepers, Giovanni's Room will definitely be going on my TBR. Nice. And Alex says, I've only read The Fire Next Time, but I definitely want to read more Baldwin. How interesting. I have not heard of that title. So good to know. I know he has like a lot of different things that he's written. And Ricardo, I've been thinking of making English videos for the longest, but I'm kind of self conscious about my accent, even though tourists always congratulate me. But when I hear it, I cringe so hard. Oh gosh, you haven't heard my Spanish, and you never will. No, keep doing your videos in Spanish, unless you want a wider art audience, because yes, admittedly, in English, there's more people who can watch it, but and Coda says, "Do it, Ricardo. Accents are hot. We are our own worst critics." That is also very true. Like every part of that sentence. Like, and yeah, and especially we Americans, at least, I feel like are suckers for a good accent. So, like any accent, it doesn't matter from where in the world. So, do keep that in mind. And Alex says the G is silent, so pronounced the same, but the way you spell it makes the difference whether it's offensive or not, apparently. Just learned that. Thank you, Google. Yeah. So that might also have something to do with it. So with like the Anglicization of the word, where yeah, it would be common to cut out the silent letters, even though in English there are a ton of silent letters. So uh we won't get into that right now. But all right, that is the end of the comments, and our timer did go off. So I'm going to send us back into our next sprint. It will be an hour long. So that is exciting. In fact, I need to update our timer to reflect that. So let me do that. And then I'm going to go and get my post its. Okay, first of all, let's see if we can get ourselves a little gong. I don't think so. What's Yeah, no, I can barely hear that, so back to the the chime it is. And if you couldn't hear it, it was making a sound, but not one that anyone's ever gonna hear. Alright, there we go. So we have 60 minutes on the timer. Happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everyone? I am doing really well. I have made it to the end of chapter 3. So on the next sprint, I will be starting chapter 4. I've given up on my bookmark, which refuses to stay in my book. And I am still tabbing. I've started adding in some post-it notes, and then I just totally gave up and started writing in my book. So I've got a lot going on in here. Anyway, I'm still really enjoying this book. It's giving me so much to think about on so many levels. There's just more to comment on than I could possibly comment on. Alex and I are sharing our thoughts in the story graph, which I am so appreciating because, like I said, there's so much to comment on. And so I'm finding that we're happening to be talking about different things. Like we're posting about different things, which is great because she's posting a lot about the other things that I'm also thinking about, but I'm trying to stay focused. So, but it's nice because then when I comment on her comments, I'm also able to talk about those other things. So, I am still really loving all of the sayings and thoughts that we're getting in here and like the proverbs, and I love the fact that when they talk with one another, like just a normal part of their speech is all these proverbs and sayings that they have. And the more formal the situation is, the more you see those proverbs and sayings come out. And these, like, sort of idiomatic expressions, which I think are so wonderfully written out in here and translated. And one of the things that I don't know about this book is whether or not this work, like what language this was originally written in, and I don't see anything written here. So I don't know if Achebe wrote this work in English or if he translated it himself, and I don't see any translator on here. So I would be interested to know that whether or not he translated it after writing it, like what language he wrote it in. That's what I'm trying to say. Um, but either way, I think he did a very good job of helping like English speakers understand the proverbs that they speak, and they're so rich and fascinating. Um, Chapter 2 was just really insightful. There's this huge moment where you learn about Okonkwo's like inner life that is just really mind opening. The characterization of him in this book is so deep that I'm just really enjoying that. I'm trying to keep track of some of the major characters that feature in here, because when names aren't names that are familiar to you in your own culture, that can sometimes get distracting or be hard to follow the people. And I did notice that Anne mentioned yesterday that that was one of the things that she was having trouble tracking, was keeping track of the characters because of the different names. And so I took that as a hint and started doing that from the start. Um, and I'm just loving the references to their religion. And I'm appreciating that chapter 3 is sort of getting into what I think of as Okonkwo's like origin story. And it's not really his origins because we know where he comes from, but I just think of that as like his backstory, like how he got himself started in life. And so that is where I am at. I'm still thoroughly enjoying this read, and I can't wait to keep reading more. I'm trying to keep track of like where we're going in the plot, because that's another thing that's kind of standing out to me is that this is not like traditional Western canon, plot. Like we're not following what is it, Freitag's pyramid per se, where it's like this is a linear story and we're just moving forward, and we've got these like plot points along the way. Like there's definitely a plot, but there's also a lot of like, here's what's going on. Oops, let's back up a little bit subtly and talk about this thing in the past that's going to help us move forward. So it's definitely a different storytelling style that I'm used to, and I'm loving it. So let me know what you guys are doing. Again, no spoilers in the comments here about your reading, but please do feel free to leave some over on Storygraph. let's see here. Let me go up to where we were. So when I left off, we were talking about silent letters, and Alex was saying, talking about the Ibu tribe and how the G is silent in there. Denise said, want to look up the history of Detroit. I live half an hour from there. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense then. Yeah. And I went to Detroit for the last time for the last time, hopefully not the last time, for the first time last fall, like early, well, really it was like early winter, and really enjoyed my time there and the people that I met there. And I happened to be in Detroit on, I think it's called like First Night or something like that. But it's where like all the museums are decorated with Christmas lights and they're open extra late. And I loved that. That was amazing. And Coda says we should have stuck a silent letter in the word silent when we were working out that spelling, right? Yeah, exactly. Just to like mess it up even more. And Heather likes that idea. Hello, Nell. How are you? Popping in to say hi. Hope everyone's weekend's off to a great start. Might pop back in later between panels. Sounds awesome. Hope you do. That would be great. And hello, LA. How are you? How are you doing today? Thanks for coming by. And Coda says, hi. Hello, Christina. How are you? Trying to decide what to read today. Getting coffee and hugging the like button. Thank you. Hope you enjoy your coffee. And lots of hellos are going round. Very nice. Yes. Love the sharing of the love. And Jaleesa says, good morning. I'll be in and out. Good morning, Jaleesa. Oh, another graduation party weekend. Fun, fun, fun. And you have one today and tomorrow for your cousins. Well, congratulations to them. That's awesome. And you're sure to slip in some reading because you're an introvert. Yeah, there you go. Bring a book. And hellos to Jaleesa go round from everyone. And Jaleesa says my internet is being extra. Sorry if multiple messages came through. I don't think so. It didn't look like it when I looked at them just real quick there. So, but I know that feeling where all of a sudden it's like, oh, hello, hello, hello. Jaleesa spamming us. And Cherie says, Coda, your garden video was awesome. It was. And you shared it with your mom who loves to garden. Oh, that's a good idea. I might share it with my aunt. My aunt is like the big gardener, so she might get some good plant ideas from that. Jaleesa, reading things fall apart should be interesting for you. Yes, your husband is Nigerian and of the Yoruba tribe. Oh, yeah. And I'll most likely pick his brain about some of the Nigerian colloquialisms and pidgin English. Yes, do. Do. It would definitely be interesting to hear what he has to say, especially because he's from a different tribe, but the same country. And like, where's there overlap? Where is there not? Especially because in the book, you're talking about very traditional Ibu tribe. Elisa says hello and more hellos going around, and you meant it meant a heart instead of a wave. That's fine. And yeah, Cherie throwing boxing again. Throwing box again. Yes. And Jaleesa says she'll take both emojis. Very good. Good morning, Rita. How are you? How are you doing today and this week? I hope you're having a great weekend. Hello's going around to Rita. And LA says, making coffee and about to start Things Fall Apart. Wonderful. Well, I'm glad you can join in. We are haven't been going that long. And like I said, I'm doing a very slow read of the book. So even though I've now read for an hour and a half, I am just about to start chapter 4, which is only 26 pages into the book. So, and then some of us are just reading at pace and just going through. And yeah, so there's a nice mix of things going on. Jaleesa, how nice that you have an in-house resource. Don't hesitate to share what you learn. Yes, please, please do. Definitely would love that. And Emily says, love this book, have read it twice. One day I'll do another read through with my dad. For now, just lurking to hear people's thoughts while I do some book related things and maybe read too. Wonderful. And same thing, Emily. And for anyone really who has read this book before, do feel free, even if you're not reading it right now, to share any thoughts or insights that you have on the book. Again, non-spoilery here, but if you learned something while reading the book and you want to share that, please feel free to do so. And Mary, good morning. Hello. Yes, Sleeping Beauty has arrived. That's nice. Ooh, yeah. I am jealous of your having just woken up. Making coffee and lunch. Ooh, nice. And reading and listening to things fall apart. Ooh, that's nice. So then you can do both. How's the audiobook? I did think about using that and I still may. Just if I end up finding after a while that I want to get up and walk around, let me know what your thoughts are on the audiobook narration. Is it good? Do you like the narrator? Also, another thing to keep in mind is if you're having trouble with the names and that's distracting or slowing you down because you're having a hard time remembering the names, listening to an audiobook at least briefly through a chapter can help because then you now know how to say the names. So I might do that at some point. And Anne, you're home again. That didn't go as planned. Oh no, you're luncheon? Oh, what happened? I hope everything's okay. And Lisa, good morning. Yes, and just now able to join you. That's fine. You put aside the last 20 pages of Heaven and Earth Grocery Store so that you could begin Things Fall Apart. Ooh, that's a commitment. Well, thanks for joining us. Yes, that I have read that book, and the last 20 pages are like the most intense part of the book. So I can fully appreciate the sacrifice you have made there. And I hope that you find it worth it while we read this. And Jaleesa says to Heather, definitely, I'll let you know what his responses are. The discourse might get him to read the book with you. Oh, that would be really fun. Yes, I hope it does. Yes, yes, yes. Jaleesa says hi to Mary and Christina to Rita. Jaleesa, in the first chapter, when they mentioned the flute that the father played, it reminded me of Yoruba drums, and they call it a talking drum. Yep, if I remember correctly, if you play it a certain way, it sounds like a Yoruba proverb. Wow, I had never heard of that. That's awesome. Wow. Now I want to hear that. Like, this is this may now become like distraction, Jaleesa, where like I may or may not on the next sprint be looking that up. Yoruba drum proverb. Now, the best part is I'm probably going to lose this post-it note and find it sometime really random later and go, "Oh, I wonder what I was trying to say there." And Ricardo, it was great for me. You wrote a half a chapter and read two chapters of Rebecca. I think it's so interesting reading the first chapters, knowing how the book ends. Oh, I hadn't thought about that since you've seen the movie. That would be interesting. Oh, I'm really fascinated. I want to know what you think of it. And Made with Books, hello. Yes, not reading things fall apart. Fair enough. Read it a few years back and loved it and want to do a reread once you own the whole trilogy. Yes, if you did not know, Things Fall Apart is an entire trilogy. I think I've read book two in the trilogy, and I just didn't have the same reaction at the time that I did to the first book. Also, I'm not a series person, so take that with a grain of salt. Um, but after I read this one, I do want to try book two again and see if now at a different point in my life I have different feelings about it. And you read a chapter in Winesburg, Ohio. Nice. How are you liking that book? I keep seeing it places and wonder if the universe is telling me to read it. And Shauna is still working, and you're at about 20-ish percent. Nice. Heather's in chapter 9, and you wish you could do Storygraph, but you're probably not good at it. And you'll look though, you're stuck by the stringent gender requirements. Yes, gender is definitely, I think just in this last chapter, I finally marked it as a theme because it definitely comes up over and over again, though so far he hasn't really thoroughly talked about it. But one of the cultural things that you definitely do get is that this is a patriarchal society and there are men's roles and women's roles and men things and women things. And women are definitely, while it's not clear whether or not they're respected yet, like women are definitely considered the weaker sex in terms of like, this is a manly thing. It's something that the strong and courageous do. And this is a woman thing that like women do because, they're the weaker sex. Maybe it's just physically, but we'll see. Made with Books. Achebe wrote in English, as far as I know. Great. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Cherie, sorry. Coffee finished and working on cleaning out the pantry with my husband because why is there food at yeah, story of my life. Denise read 13%, made it to 84%, and still really liking it. Excellent. That was you're making amazing progress. Written in English. Great. Thanks, guys. And hello, Mitzi. How are you? Good morning. Yes, no, see, I remember now that this is your school account. But thanks for reminding me in case I forgot. Miss Peepers is in chapter 4 and agree it's so well done and thought provoking. Do love the language and how it's simple but also complex. Not sure quite how to say that. No, I think those of us who are reading it know what you mean. Like the writing style, the writing itself is very straightforward, but there's so much that he's putting into every sentence and every paragraph. And then once you add the proverbs and colloquialisms and idioms, it takes it to a whole nother level. And Ricardo, it was written in English, actually one of the first African novels written in English to get that level of recognition. I did know it was one of the first African novels to get the level of recognition, but good to know about the English connection of that as well. So thank you. And you remember it was one of the reads your teacher made us you choose in high school, but you chose a Garcia Marquez one, and you might need to read it after you hear our final thoughts. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And Angela says, I've definitely been highlighting all the character names and places and some of the details about them. I've already had to refer back to my highlights. Yes, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen with me as well, just from what I recall of reading the book, is that the characters do come up again and again, but not necessarily back to back. And that it can be hard to remember who is who because it's hard to keep that name in your mind. And Coda uploaded and YouTube didn't notify you? Apparently. And, Alex says, "Hey, Coda." Yeah, silent or maybe silent. Yeah, for those silent sounds. Angela, I feel like there are lessons in life to be learned on the horizon for a unquote. Yeah, like, I'm feeling some hardcore foreshadowing of life lessons is a nice way to put it. Christina, so it looks like I am reading My Heart is a Chainsaw today. I got more votes for it. Other book is A Half-Baked Murderer. Nope, My Heart is a Chainsaw because for some reason that title keeps going through my mind. And Atia says, I finished some manga and got to 49% in Tristan Strong. Nice. Metzley is currently reading The Anomaly. Ooh, and 20% into the book because you haven't had much time. Well, hopefully you get some time today. Nani says, I just shower and got to page 33 of 50. I have to read for a book club today. Nice. Did you ever say what book you're reading? Let me know. Ricardo had some Spanish omelet. Oh, for lunch and thought of you. Yeah, now every time I make it, I think about your attempt. My very bad attempt. I keep thinking of Spanish omelets too every time I think of eggs, Ricardo. So it's gonna happen at some point. Maybe I'll try and do it during one of my tag videos. Oh, what a disaster that would be. Metzley, I'm waiting for things fall apart to download, but the uni Wi-Fi is barely there. Ugh, bummer. Well, I hope it downloads soon for you. And Ricardo is from Spain. Ricardo's in Spain. Yes. You're in North Mexico. Nice. Yes. Yes. Never mind. Yes. But love to travel to Spain someday. Yes. Yes. Um, Denise loved Heaven and Earth grocery store. 5-star read for her. Metzley is also, oh, you're also in North Mexico. Ooh, I hear a meetup. Maybe, maybe not. And Jaleesa, or Mary says hi to Jaleesa. Ricardo has been to Riviera Maya and fell in love. Need to visit more Mexico that isn't such a tourist attraction, but more local parts. Yep, that makes sense. And Mary wants to experience Rebecca for the first time again. I know I'm there with you, Mary, because it's such an amazing experience. And Alex says the men's crops versus the women's crops. Had you like even crops get gendered? Yeah, right. I know it's a very different like when it's that much across the board. Like there are women's things in every part of life, and there are the men's things in every part of life. And like sometimes, like, it works out, right? Like, which is why I'm sometimes like, is this as horrible as it sounds to modern day ears, right? Because some of what you hear going on there is there are men's crops because men have the farming that is like heavier, harder, like physically harder work. Whereas the women have the farming that is more manageable for women, right? Which still has that bias in there, but it begs the question of, is there some wisdom in how this is set up, even if it's based on gender? Is a question to consider. And Jaleesa, yes, look it up. There are talk shows that make a game of it. They play the talking drum and ask the interviewee to recite the proverb. I'm starring this comment. Oh, because of the tonal language. Okay, that makes sense. But I also love games, so I'm sold. Like, I'm now going to be watching the talking drum game in my free time. Thanks, Jaleesa. And Angela, I'm unable to find the audiobook on Audible. Oh, that is surprising. Could it be that there isn't one? It seems like there is one, but I guess maybe not on Audible because a couple of people have mentioned it. So if you're listening to the audiobook, could you leave a comment and let us know where you're getting your audiobook from? Ricardo says, out of context, but silent sounds like those women who named their daughters Kalei instead of Kylie. Oh, right. Yes, I see. Right, where they're doing the one with all the silent letters in it. Yeah, I could totally see that. Ooh, the ending of Anomalies, mind blowing. And Jaleesa says, oh, Christina, I'm reading My Heart is a Chainsaw this month too. And she'll have to DM when she starts. Yes. And Ricardo says, I had that experience with the never ending story. Read it when I was 10 and then picked it up again during quarantine. And it felt like I was reading a whole new book. I wish it happened with more books. Yeah, well, just give it time, Ricardo. You're still young. Most of the books I'm reading now in my 40s that I read in my 20s, I'm like, oh, it's new again. So I guess I just have to wait a while for Rebecca. And LA looks like the audiobook is available on YouTube. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good to know. And Heather, I think you're correct about the gender in farming in that sense. But I think the part that grates modern sensibilities is that there would clearly be no choice. Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's a really good point. Yeah. And it's not to say that like it's not problematic in other areas of the culture, right? Like there's the times where it's like, oh, okay, this makes sense and there's wisdom in it. And then you get to times where it's like, now you're just applying it to everything. And like, where does that stop? And Ellie says, I can't find the audio on Libby. I usually check YouTube before looking for a paid version. And there you go. That's right. Breaking those modes. Heather's doing rebellion farming over there with her yams. And yeah, I got the paid. And Ricardo's turning 25 this week. Ooh, congratulations. No, that is not old. That is like 20s are the best years of your life, Ricardo, because you can finally do things because you frequently will have the money to do it. So 20s are good, 30s are better. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Um, for things fall apart. Nani says, how does it feel to have 24? She's 22 and already struggling with back pain. I hear you there too. Alex gets so heated about the gender roles as if I'm not a stay at home mom who relies on my husband to do all the yard work, hard maintenance, and anything that requires tools. Well, again, it's like Heather said, it's sometimes the attitudes about it and the extensiveness of it, right? And Nani's just having breakfast. All right, into the comments there. We will go back into a sprint. I am going to take a quick little break, and then I believe after this sprint or the next one, we will be going into just a general break time after the chat. So I should probably be keeping track of how many sprints we've done. But anyway, I will see you in an hour. Happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How was that sprint for everyone? I hope that went well for you guys. I was able to read two chapters that time, and I also got myself a little snack because I was starting to get a little like hangry, like in my own head. And I was like, oh no, I'm starting to sympathize with the conquo. Time to get some food. Um, Also, there was a lot of talk about yams and cooking yams and planting yams, and I already saw in the comments somebody was like, "I'm hungry and I now want yams." Me too. Um, and yeah, so chapter 4 and 5 still really getting into the lives and the history, and again, I still just love how oh, random post it. I still just love how good Achebe is at just bringing you into this world. I just feel completely immersed in their lives with the characters and trying to understand them. And I just love how somehow I feel like he just builds in the culture into the storytelling. And it is storytelling. Like I feel like I'm being told a story of a conquest. And I don't know if it's going to be like a cautionary tale, a folk tale, like, but I feel like there is a lesson that I am going to learn about this strong man who is strong on the outside and really weak and fragile on the inside. That is what I feel like I'm gathering here. Um, but again, there's just these themes of success versus unsuccessful, and it's interesting that Okonkwo's own thoughts of that are really rooted more in his experience with his father than in tribal tradition, because comparatively, they're like kinda like, "Dude, relax, like, it's not that serious." You know, why are you so obsessed and possessed with this idea of success and not being lazy? Um, so that is just really fascinating. We're still meeting more people. We're slowly being introduced to all of Okonkwo's wives. There are some major incidences happening here, and his the conflict between his inner and outer life is real. Um, and in chapter 4, we also got that sense of seeing how he relates to his own children, particularly his sons. Chapter 5 at this point is one of my favorite chapters in this book because we finally get to start seeing more of the women's lives and not just the women's lives through the men's life. Like, I love the fact that we finally enter into the women's world. So, yeah. I'm just enjoying that and trying not to say too much, but yeah, there's just a lot of conflict in here, and it's conflict of his own making. Like even though there's, this neighboring tribe that they can be at war with, like he's spending all of his time at war with himself and creating war between himself and those around him. And there's just constantly the people in his village being like, "What are you doing? Calm down. Stop it. Like you're ruining the peace." And I think it's so interesting that in a tribe and culture that talks about just war and justice and peace, that he's constantly breaking the peace. And I just feel like it's gonna spell bad things. Like the doom on the horizon is strong. Anyway, let's see how you guys did during that sprint. Alex was saying, but that's because I'm lazy, not that I can't. I forget what that was in reference to. Oh, doing the things around the house. Shh, don't let him hear that you're lazy. Or maybe he'd excuse it because you're a woman. That might be real too. Ellie says, I remember turning 25 and feeling sad because I thought I was old. That was a waste of stress. Truth. It's so true. Yeah. And Ricardo, try to stretch every morning. That helps me with my back. I'm tall, so I feel gravity hates my back. Yeah, that's very true. Also, a huge back saver is actually if for every hour or so, you can get up and just stand and move around for about 10 minutes for every 60, like 50 minutes of sitting, okay, let me try that again. For every 50 minutes of sitting, if you can spend 10 minutes walking around. So, like, for instance, today during the sprints, if during the sprints you can, like, if you still want to hear the chats and stuff, like stand and walk around near your computer or television as opposed to continue to sit through them, that will also help. My dream is to one day have a standing desk where I'm doing all of this that I can raise and lower. Anyway, Ricardo doesn't feel old at 24, 25, but so tired of parties and social stuff. Ah, you're an old soul, as we would say it, and a homebody, maybe. You just want to stay home with your dog, read, and spend the day at the beach listening to the sea and complaining about the kids running around. So you're basically turning into your grandfather. That's hilarious. But like I can so relate because that's what I want to do too. So maybe I'm also turning into your grandfather. And so is Metzley, apparently. Yep. Every time we talk about your age, I can't believe it. Oh, thank you. In all fairness, like everyone in my family looks young. Like when I gave birth to my son, people thought my mom was my sister and that my grandmother was my mother. So we all just look young. Like I was carded for alcohol, like not because they carded everyone, but like because they didn't think I was old enough, which here the drinking age is to be legal is 21. So I was carded for alcohol until I was almost 40. So, which was flattering every single time. I was like, yes, I will show you my license. I don't get carded anymore. And Wanda, hungry for yams. Yep, that's what I was talking about. And I'm tired of being the youngest at 67 and being expected to do all the physical work while everyone else talks. That would be frustrating. Yeah, exactly. Because then it's like everybody's using their age as an excuse, which maybe, yeah. And Jean, good afternoon. Yeah, just finishing slaying the shadow prince. Ooh, that sounds good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Christina says hello. And Rita is that's what you get for installing putter updates. Finally back. Oh no. Oh, computer updates. Oh, oh, it kicked you they kicked you out and now you're back. Well, welcome back, Rita. Yeah, same as Christina. And Lisa's on chapter 4. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Lisa. Yeah, I'm really liking it as well. It's just such an interesting writing style and stories, and I'm just getting sucked in. And I'm like, I feel like something's gonna happen, and I'm like, what and where? What is this all building up to? And Rita, yeah, it was a journey. I bet it was. Good morning, Kiana. How are you? Oh my gosh, Kiana, I went back and I haven't rewatched the rest of the video that I missed, but I rewatched the moment where the bookshelf fell on you. Girl, I thought you were going to lose your arm. I'm glad you were okay and that it was fine. And even in the moment you were able to like, shake it off. But I was like, whoa, it fell. Kiana was with Courtney and Jaleesa, and they were talking about Perfect Peace. And during the live discussion, Kiana at one point is just putting books on her shelf, and she just goes to grab a book, and all her bookshelves collapse on her. Now it was a shorter bookshelf, so there was just one shelf of books above her arm, but I was like, it was crazy. And Heather is on chapter 12, and you're, yeah, immersed. Yep, completely, right? You're like you're there in this moment with them. Like, I feel like there's some books where it's like I have to remind myself to be there in this moment and walk and experience these things with them. And things fall apart. I feel like Chinua Achebe just does that work for you, and you just start reading and you're there. So Miss Peepers says, read about 20 pages. Nice. You're in chapter 6. Got yourself some lunch. Yes. And you do like how Conquo is not likable, right? But Achebe also describes his inner feelings, so he's a real person. That is such a good way of putting that. He is not a likable character, but because you get these internal insights, I guess you don't totally hate him, or it's easier to read about him maybe because yeah, he feels real. Yeah, and I like that. He feels like a real person versus just a villain. That's such a great way of putting that. Ricardo had a snack during the sprint. Yeah, so did I, and did an assignment you forgot to submit on Tuesday. Oh no. Well, hey, at least you got it done. Hopefully, that works out. Lisa's on chapter 4. It's easier to understand than you thought it would be. Great. And yes, he is a difficult man. Yes, I love all these thoughts that we're sharing here. Jaleesa also made it to chapter 4. Yay, everybody, for making it to chapter 4. And it's sad how the actions of his father has led him to become the extreme end of being the opposite or in contrast to his father, right? And he like actively is working at that. Like, it's not even like, oh, I'm unconsciously just ending up and striving for the opposite. He is like actively working to be the complete opposite in every way, including the good ways that his father was. Yeah, and everyone's suffering for it. Yeah. And Ricardo, ouch, I have such a hard time reading tumultuous parent-child relationships. I appreciate them, but they make me feel so sad. Yeah, it is sad. Like, it's not as harsh as it could be, even though there are harsh moments, like, but you do feel sad about it, especially, I think, because you get his internal thoughts and feel well, not so much his internal thoughts, but you have revealed to you his internal feelings. And so even his behavior, is in conflict with how he feels. And it's just you feel bad for him because it makes you just feel like you could have such a better relationship if you weren't such a jerk. And Jaleesa, I wonder how much of the respect for him is in awe of his come up, overcoming adversity, or out of fear for his hyper masculinity. Maybe it's both. Yeah, yeah. It also makes me think too of just this idea that is prevalent, at least here in the US, of this thought of like, oh, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and you can be this amazing guy, and that kind of pressure that exists, and also like what is masculine and stuff. Like, these are ideas that are still prevalent in society today, right? And that people still fall prey to, right? Like, being productive is being successful, right? And Denise read 11% at 95%. And I feel like this is a book that can mean more every time you read it. Not sure if you're getting your point across. No, I agree. I totally agree. And Denise, remind me what book you're reading. Because unless you switched to Things Fall, I was about to say The Heart of Darkness. And unless you switch to Things Fall Apart, because that I swear that wasn't what you said you were reading at the beginning. So now I don't remember. Jaleesa, my niece is 26, but people always think she's 13. Yeah, that was me for a very long time. Like, I got stuck in middle school in people's eyes for a very, very long time. And the irony of it is that when I was in middle school, people thought I was a teenager or in college. And I was like, can I just be my age? So I think that's one of the reasons that, like, in my 30s, when I stopped getting carded because people thought I was in my 30s, that was like the best time because I was finally the age that people thought I was. And, now it's going backwards and whatever. And Ricardo, I do that when I study. I use the 25-5 Pomodoro method. So for those 5 minutes, I try to move around the house and do whatever I have to do. Yep, yep, yep. That's such a good strategy. And hello, Brecht. How are you? Going a little rough because of a massive slump. So I'll see if I read from my blog at all. If not, I will be gaming various games. Well, hey, there you go. At least you have options, and I hope the slump ends soon. Heather loves being in her 40s. Yeah, there's a sense of stability and self knowledge that comes with this decade. I agree. And I think that starts in your 30s. I think in your 30s is where I feel like the stability for a lot of people starts to come in. And then I think it's in your 40s where it's like, oh, I have a better sense of who I am. I don't feel like I need to prove anything, and I'm not going to, and whatever. Christina says hello to Kiana. LA says, I'm enjoying the book as well. I had to put it off for a while because of another YouTuber I follow mentioned how bad it was. Oh, interesting. I'm curious about that. Why did they say they did not like it, if you recall? And because I think there are things that people may not like about this book. And if while you're currently reading it now, if you're not enjoying it, please share that as well. Don't feel like because everybody that's commented is enjoying it or that I'm enjoying it, that you have to be. Like, Share it all if you're comfortable. Yana is fine. Hubby said you need a bigger shelf, so you'll get a new one. Fair, fair. Well, I am glad you're fine. And she shared what was happening with it. So yeah, were you able to get a new one or was he able to fix it? Yeah. Jamie, good morning. You're read along behind and we'll be reading A Long Fatal Love Chase. Hey, that's good. Just happy to be joining sprints while reading and getting some other things done today. Same, same, same. So I hope you enjoy that read along in that book. So thanks for joining us. Angela Achebe has made me care about the characters he is telling us about. He really gives us a good description of each of them, too. I agree. I think his characterizations are like top notch without like feeling overdone. So, and even though, and I feel like he does a good job of like telling and showing as well, because even when he just tells us stuff about the characters, it's not in a way that irritates me. And some people like will just tell, and I'm like, ah, you're driving me crazy. But he is doing a lot of telling, and it doesn't bother me how he does it. Go tell it on the mountain. That's right. I was like, I know she's not reading our book. What am I couldn't think of it anymore. Thank you. Coda, you finished your watering. Yay! Got to page 131 in The Sluts by Dennis Cooper and switched to the Joy Luck Club. I absolutely love that book, Coda. I forgot you were reading it, and the movie, and the book, and the movie, and the movie, and the movie. And you're on 274 out of 332. Ooh, you might finish it today. Exercised a bit and then had an insurer because, unlike Ricardo, I'm actually old. I mean, you know, that does sound old when you put it like that. Oh my gosh. And Ricardo says Sluts is literally one of your favorite books. Wow, I've never heard of it. What is it about, guys? Sorry for the caps. You got excited. That's totally fine. Oh, and it's so good. Hard to stop reading it. Oh, wow. And Waynesburg, Ohio is well written, has a lot of peculiar and not necessarily happy characters in it. It's an interesting read, but not your favorite. Okay, thanks for sharing. Makes me think I might try it from the library then. You think No Longer at Ease might be the second in the trilogy? That sounds right. That sounds right. Ricardo loves the vintage internet vibes the book has. Need to read more from Dennis Cooper. Interesting. And Heather, the Goodreads is only about 3 star, but I didn't read comments because I wanted a novel reading experience. That was a pun. Very nice to know. And Christina, yes, a sense of stability and knowing who you are just in time for everybody to start falling apart. Yeah, true. Right, right. Glad you know have good sense of self because now that self's gonna fall apart. That is also your 40s. And, Ellie says she didn't mention why she didn't like it. I think it was briefly mentioned during a bookshelf tour. Oh, okay. Fair, fair, fair. Oh, well, that's tough. I feel like people don't say enough about why they don't like something and why other people still might like it, right? Kiana, I think it can be fixed, but he didn't even look at it. I'm not blocking my blessing of a new bookshelf. Yeah, true. Good point. Good point. Amen. I know that's right. Yeah, exactly. And Coda says for Ricardo, same. When I'm through with Read What You Own, I will purchase the George Miles cycles. Apparently, there's an adaptation of At Least Frisk. Ooh, interesting. And Denise also liked the Joylet Club, bought it again recently for a reread. Nice. It is so good. Love it. Ricardo says, Dakota, I'm going to follow you on that and do the same. I need more weird LGBTQ books on my shelves. Okay. Yeah, do it. And Christina says, so true, Kiana. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, count that blessing, let it come in, and don't turn an eye at it. All right. So I need to get a couple of things done real quickly. I mentioned that every couple of hours, I'm going to try and do just a 20-minute break, like a shorter break, where we can all just get up and stretch and just encourage you to do that and walk away and do whatever you feel like you need to do so that you don't feel like everybody's reading, but I'm doing crazy things. And at least that's how I sometimes feel like when I'm really into a book. So let's just take a quick reading break, and I will put up a little planner. A little blanner. Yep, I don't know what that was. But here's just a little reminder of what we're doing. So I will put up the timer and I will set it for 20 minutes. And so you can keep reading if you want, or walk away and do whatever, and I'll see you in 20 minutes. Hello and welcome back from that quick break. How did it go for everybody? What did you do? I went and grabbed myself um a little bit more of a snack. I used the potty and I went and sat outside for a little bit because it is a gorgeous day outside. And I'm thinking I need to figure out how to get StreamYard set up on my phone so that I can take you guys outside with me sometimes because we've been having the most amazing spring intro into summer here. Usually by now it's like hot and humid and dreadful. But we, despite having had some fairly cold weather for this time of year, by and large, our humidity has been very low for here. And it's been really nice. I've really been enjoying. So let's see where we left off and what you guys were chatting about. Let's see. And Coda was saying to Ricardo, I know, have you read JHD? I really enjoyed Cream and Rascal. Totally bonkers. Ooh, sounds like you guys both have some good recommendations. And I did tell Coda and Ricardo that I'm going to skip some of their conversation because they were just talking to one another about all the different books they like, which is amazing. But then I think they started feeling bad about it. So, but if you would like some recommendations for books that they think are really good, they mention a whole bunch of different ones as well as their thoughts on the book that Coda is reading. And yeah, so definitely check that out. You can look at it in the comments. I'm looking at all of these like really quickly and I'm just seeing like some highlighted words like scandalous thread and murder mystery that's funny at times. Like, I need to check out some of these books and star some of these things myself. And hello, Sue. How are you? Good day to you. Just thought you'd stop in and say hi, hello, hello. I am really enjoying the book, and it seems like quite a few other people are as well. So thanks for stopping by. And they're thinking about starting a buddy read. So, you might want to barnacle onto that. And Coda says hello to Sue. Yes, yes, yes. And Coda talks about how he can't go into his he can't buy anything yet because he's on a no buy, which I don't know if anyone else has done a no buy for books, but that can be really, really hard. And oops, sorry, Denise finished. Yay! 5 stars, so rich, not one word wasted. Wow, super high praise. And that is for James Baldwin's Go Tell It on the Mountain. I remembered this time. So that's good to know. I'm definitely would you recommend starting there with James Baldwin? Have you read enough of him that you feel like you can say that? Because I've heard nothing but good things about that book. And Christina said that was fast. It is fast when it's just 20 minutes, right? Especially if you've been doing hour ones, you're like, oh wow, it's over. And you fed your dogs and read a bit of your German nonfiction. Very nice. And Jaleesa heated up some food. Oh, was all that yam talk making you hungry? Leftover curry noodles with grilled tofu. Ooh, that sounds really good. Yum, 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 yum. And Brooke says, I used to get productive using a method of time crunching, cleaning into a short and focusing systematically on small tasks. A method of time crunching and I think that's cleaning in a short time and focusing systematically on small tasks. I could definitely see how that would help. Yeah. I like using like short timers to like um do that. Like I will sometimes not necessarily well no, I guess I will set a timer. I will sometimes clean where I'll do 10-minute sprints of cleaning and I will just give myself 10 minutes to like clean a room. And sometimes all you get done during that time is tidying, but 10 minutes can be a lot longer than you think, especially when you're cleaning. Let's be honest. And LA says, we're at the dreadful heat part in Texas. Oh, waiting for the evening to work in your garden. Yep, that's how you have to do it with those things. And Miss Peepers says, nice break. I did a little bit of editing. Very nice. Yeah, it's also nice too, even if you're still working or reading or doing something, to just have a shorter time that you sprint and focus, right? And by the way, you see 31 people watching and only 4 likes. Thank you, Miss Peeper is so kind. And Denise says, "That's my first, won't be your last." Oh, that's so exciting. That has me so excited to read some of his work. And LA says, "Ooh, I like the idea of the 10-minute timer cleaning." It's really, really effective because 10 minutes feels like I can do anything for 10 minutes, right? And so, especially if you have like a really messy space, just doing 10 minutes at a time is super effective. But, like, 10 minutes is also, like, I can clean for, like, a total of an hour or 2 if I'm just doing it 10 minutes at a time and then doing something even if I'm not taking a break after the 10 minutes, just doing something that's not cleaning. Ricardo, I love that the text on the screen says "water the horses," which means someone is living my childhood dream of being a horse owner. Yes, there are a few people who watch who are horse owners, which is a good reminder, though, that I can take that off the screen. Um, and Breck says, "Got off my year-long no-buy in May, and it was hard, but it helped a lot. Usually use my library now and only bought 1 physical book." Very nice. That's a long time to do a no-buy, so good for you. And, LA says, "I see 28 likes." Yeah, sometimes the likes will vary just based on when you join. I don't know why they do that, but, like, sometimes if you, like, go out and come back in, then it'll go back up to the numbers. I don't get it. And hello, Jess. You haven't picked up a book since February. Hoping sprints will get you back in. Well, I hope so too. So thanks for coming. What are you thinking about picking up? Let us know and hope it helps. Alex popping back on to say bye for now. Okay, bye, Alex. At the park for baseball fundraiser, followed by rec. Oh, the All-Star game. Ooh, that does sound fun. Good luck with the All-Star game. We'll be checking in on Storygraph as I sneak in some reading. Sounds good. Yeah, exactly. No buy for a year. That is powerful. Well, have a great rest of your day, Alex, if I don't see you later, and I'll be looking for your comments on Storygraph. And Denise said, "I told my husband I had 7 pages left. He asked how long it would take. I told him it could take 7 hours if I wanted to do it right." Yeah, that's true. That is true. Like, it's all relative. It could take 7 minutes, it could take, like, 7 seconds, it'll feel like, or it could take 7 years, let's just be honest. If it's a really good book and you're just savoring every line, you could draw it out. Alright. Miss Peepers says to LA, "Good to know. Thanks. You'd think YouTube would update that." Yeah, I don't know why they don't. I don't know if that has to do with like the whole like we don't want people focusing on it, but we're gonna allow it to be there anyway thing or what, but who knows. Anyway, I'm gonna set our timer so we can go back into a nice 60-minute sprint and get some more reading done. I am picking up on starting with chapter 6, which means I am, I think, halfway through part 1? I don't remember. Mhm. Part 1, I think, has maybe more chapters than I thought it did. Oh, yeah, that's right. Part 1 has 13. Yeah, so I'm almost halfway through part 1. So, and I'm enjoying the pacing that I'm doing this at, so I have no problem with that. All right, let us go back in and let me pull up our timer for us. And here we go. And I will see you all in 60 minutes. Happy reading or sprinting or doing whatever you're doing. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everyone? Mine went really well. I got through chapter 6 and 7, and I am currently, I believe, in chapter 8. I'm pretty sure. So, I do like that the chapters in this book aren't very long. I feel like it means that I'm moving along at a good pace, and it seems like about 2 chapters per sprint is what I'm going to average. So we have about it's 2:30 now till 9. Weird math with breaks. So we'll probably have what is that, like 5 more sprints, something like that. So I don't think I'm going to finish the book today, but I'm fine with that. Um, but yeah, it's there's just so much that's going on now, and I feel like some things that have, like, mellowed me out, and I'm like, "Oh, man." But some really important cultural stuff is happening, in the book, and we've definitely hit a major plot point. I say we, me, in chapter 7. There's still so many interesting themes that are coming up. And one of the things that finally struck me in these last couple of chapters is just the way this story is being told. Um, there are parts of it that are like very cyclical, where I feel like you'll hear something and you'll hear a phrase, and then you'll get a little backstory, and then you'll hear something and you'll hear a phrase, and then you'll maybe hear that story. Um, so anyway, it reminds me of 2 things. One, it reminds me of how books that are serialized are written, where they will occasionally recap things that they've like, in brief, that have come up before, or there will be, like, another reminder of who someone is, and it also reminds me of oral storytelling traditions, where it's like you have key phrases that need to keep reoccurring because, especially if it's a new chapter or a new section of the story, it's a reminder to the person telling the oral story of where this left off. So it really makes me want to pick up the audiobook version of this and listen along to that, because I feel like there's a lot of things about this book that would make it a very good, like, audible listening. And it also made me think, because it has that, like, it would be really well done serialized, it's also making me think that this is a book that, if I don't finish today, I might end up wanting to read like just a chapter each morning or a chapter each evening, or maybe both, like one in the morning. But basically, what I'm saying is like 1 or 2 chapters at a time, just to get into that feel. Because the way it's written, I feel confident that, like, oh, if I put this down and read it slowly over time, I'm not going to forget what was happening, because those stories are just so interwoven. And I don't know, it's something that I feel like, because it could possibly feel repetitive, it could be annoying, but somehow the way he pulls it off, I don't feel like it is repetitive. So hopefully that makes sense. So let's see where we left off. Um, let's see. Emily was saying decided to listen to a random audiobook, Dora in the Dragon's Throat. That's an interesting one. For your library's summer book bingo. Fun. I love when libraries have their own little book bingo going. And Jess was sitting there with an uncracked Brandon Sanderson, Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. Okay, I'm hoping that you were able to pick it up, Jess, and that you got some reading done. Let us know. If you didn't, that's fine too. Mary was starting chapter 5 and is enjoying the story, listening while reading along. Need the narration. Yeah, I bet the narration helps a lot. Like, during this next sprint, I'm definitely going to see if I can find a free audiobook version of it. And Coda said hello to Mary. And Jamie said, outrunning errands this sprint. Fair enough. Next sprint, reading for sure. Sounds good. And have you started the long fatal love chase, Jamie? You're probably not back from your errands yet. So the next time I see you comment, I'll ask again. And Cherie out in the streets, but leaving video on for watch time. Thanks, Cherie. I hope you have fun running the streets. Kiana went sprint hopping and didn't read. Nice. Kiana, who else is on? Let us know where you hopped around to. And LA just finished chapter 7. It was sad. Yeah, was hoping that someone or something. Yeah, there's no hope for that. Um, And they talk about that. Like, there's so many different situations where it's like you hope that in some way people would intervene, but I feel like we've already seen with the wives and Okonkwo's relationship in there, like the tension that there is between people being like, I'm not comfortable with this, but do you intervene? Do you not intervene? And more often than not, it's leaning on the side of nope, don't intervene. Like this is just how it is. And actually, the comment that I made on chapter 7 on Storygraph, I talked a lot about my thoughts on that and about how there's this tension between their the traditions of their community versus what people want to be doing and don't want to be doing, and the involvement in that, and then how masculinity is involved in that a lot of times, how like the masculine thing is to do the thing that is set before you, and how not doing it becomes an effeminate act and a negative act because masculinity is so tightly woven up with the idea of courage and being effective and being violent, right? So yeah, Brecht was saying it was nothing significant sprint, fair enough, but you're feeling a lot better now that my bedroom and desk is organized. Well, that sounds pretty significant because cleaning can lead to a lot of clear space in your mind. And Mrs. Peepers says, just got to chapter 9. Yes, the things that the title promised would fall apart are starting to fall. Yes, yes. In fact, that was one of my questions about chapter 7 was, is this where things start falling apart? Like, I'm really kind of looking for that. But yeah, yeah. Crash and burn is more like what it ends up feeling like by the end. Jess says, I got through part 1 of your book. Yay! In chapter 8 now. Oh, short chapters. That's always satisfying, like I was saying. Well, good. I'm glad you're making progress there. And Heather's on chapter 17. And oh my gosh, plot twist. Now we all want to get to chapter 17. Had no idea that was coming. I know you've read it before, but I went blind. I'm basically going in blindly to Heather. Like chapter 7, I vaguely knew chapter 7 was coming, but I wasn't sure, and I had no clue. I had no clue that that was actually what was going to happen to him and how it happened. So, it's like I'm going in completely blind. Heather really wanted to chat in Storygraph, but it seems like you're going to have to get on your desktop or laptop to import all your Goodreads stuff and find your chat. You should not have to do that. So Heather, if you just search on Storygraph for the book Things Fall Apart, you can just say that it actually doesn't matter whether or not you own the book, but just search for the book Things Fall Apart and just click and say that you're currently reading it. And then what it'll do is in the list where currently reading is, it will show you that there's a read along going on, and you should just be able to join the read along. Let me know if you'd like me to show you on screen what that looks like, guys, because it you don't have to have like your whole TBR in there to do that. Um, unless you're saying that's part of setting up your account, which I don't think it should be. Denise took a break from reading. Nice. Both sons and one granddaughter stopped over. Lovely. One son is still here, but is outside with your husband, probably working on something. Yep. That's how it goes, right? Well, that's good. I'm glad family came over. Sue almost done with a Western, the In the Yano Kid and Piano Joe. Okay, sounds good. Are you doing the I can't think of what the read along is called, but are you doing the read along that's like the Westerns? Let me know. Jaleesa, I think it made it to chapter 5 or 6. It started to get warm, so you took a nap. Ooh, nap sprint. And now you got to get ready for the graduation party. Yeah, you'll continue reading when you get back home. All right, sounds good. Have fun at your party. Ricardo had to fill a report on an injury that happened yesterday during one of your visits because tourists think they know better than you do. Oh, that's frustrating. So kind of wasted sprint, but you'll read during the next one. Sounds good. Well, I am sorry about that because that's the worst kind of report to have to do. Like I told you not to do that. What did you think was going to happen? Like And Lisa's on chapter 9. The storytelling is easy flowing. I agree. Kiana says she was going over to Sprint Hop with Carissa at Lovable Reader and with Janet Genderqueer. Nice. And Christina, hello. How are you? We finished The Martian, 5 stars. It was a 5 star for me. It was a 5 star for Metzley. I love that book. And you're now reading, ooh, Clap When You Land. Very nice. Hope that's a good read for you because sometimes coming off a 5 star can be hard. And Heather, after I'm done, I'll listen to my library's news hour with Chinua Achebe discussing this novel's 50 years later. Oh my gosh, Heather, wow. Share that link if you can. I know it won't be a clickable link if you share it, but I should be able to copy and repaste it back in, and then it should be clickable because that sounds awesome. And I definitely would love to hear that as well. So thanks for mentioning that. And Made with Books took your dog outside and read more of your nonfiction read. Nice. And LA says, glad you mentioned your comments. I'm just now seeing the read along comment section. Oh, okay. Glad you saw it. Okay, good, good, good. Hope you can join in. And Denise going to start a host pick for Tar Psalm for the Wild Bill. Yay! I hope you like that. I want to read that at some point, but that's like a library book for me until I've read it because it's short and I'm not spending that money unless I love it. But I hope you really enjoy it. I know a lot of people have. And Diana says, this reading sprint has been great for you. Oh, started with James and the History of Detroit, halfway in each, and have finished History of Detroit and only 10 pages left in James. Oh, wow, you've gotten some good progress done. Well, I hope those are both going well for you. And no, the plot twist was in Unlucky Chapter 13. That's got to be intentional, right? Yeah. Uh, they done fell apart. Oh, and isn't that interesting? It's the last chapter in book one. I mean, in part one of the book. Yeah, yeah. And we're reading Things Fall Apart. So here's the book that the main read along is for. Is Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. It's a nice short little read, but not if you're tabbing and marking it as heavily as I am. So I have all the thoughts. And sadness, guys, even though I've read this book 5 times and still, this is like my sixth or seventh time, and I still have the original copy that I read one of my last times in college because I kept swearing I wasn't going to read the book again and I'd sell it back just to have to buy it the next semester. After the third time, I stopped doing that. So I still have the copy of that book with my annotations, which were very minimal in it. But one, I already packed it. Two, my puppy, when we first had her ages ago, found it and chewed it all up. So I had to buy myself another copy. But I was like, no, that's my Things Fall Apart. One of the few books in college that I read that I then kept. And Sue, yes, June on the Range. That's what it was. Yes. And you have 10 planned, but this book is so good that you may read more in the series. Hey, that's not a bad thing to have happen. And Ricardo started using Storygraph because of me. Oh, great. And yes, I agree, Ricardo. I think it is way better than Goodreads. Like at this point, in my opinion, I think Goodreads is mainly good because so many people are on it. And so many people know about it and stuff, and like publishers and all of that. But in terms of just flat out like platforms and things that you can do, I don't think there's any competition between the two. In that sense, I think just more people are familiar with Goodreads. That's just my opinion. I am in no way sponsored by Storygraph at all. And Coda says, I chatted with Ricardo, posted an Instagram story, and sprint hopped. Fun. Sounds good. Glad you guys get along so well. It's always fun to have new friends. Coda also did some deadheading in the garden. Ooh, you know, Coda, speaking of deadheading, which if you guys don't know, it's when you chop off your like foremost flower. Like if you have a stem that's sprouting flowers from multiple points and there's one at the top, you're cutting that off, especially if it's dead. I don't do that. I'm horrible about doing that. And I know that it's supposed to be helpful, and thanks to bio class in college, I even know why it's helpful to your plant, and I never do it, ever. In fact, I bought one plant species that actually replants itself really well if you don't deadhead it. because of that very reason that I wasn't going to deadhead it anyway. And Denise got it from the library. Nice. Heather says Achebe discusses Africa 50 years after things fall apart. That would be really fascinating, especially by the time you're at the end, Heather. You'll see why that's fascinating. And Diana, I think that James should be able to hook some book prize. Yep, I would recommend it to everyone. I've heard so many good things about it that I will be shocked if it doesn't get something. And certainly I will be shocked if it doesn't get nominated for a lot of things. Brecht, I'll see about the book. It sounds interesting. Yeah, it is. It's really good. Heather, does not look very link-like? Oh no. Did you put a link in? I don't even see it. Oh, and it might not show your links. Hmm. It might just completely block you from even your link even showing up. I forgot about that. If you want to, you can email me the link. Let me know and I will put it in. Carla says, I know I told them not to go to the visit because it had been some hot days in Spain, and they said in Ireland it's also hot. Well, their daughter had heat stroke. Well, I'm glad she's okay. Yeah, hot one place is not hot the same as somewhere else. And LA agrees. Storygraph is greater than Goodreads. In Coda, I like it hot. It's 90 here and wonderful. Yeah, but you probably have a dry heat because 90 here where I am is horrible. And Ellie says Goodreads feels more like social media platform than a tracker. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. Lisa, Storygraph is heads and tails better than Goodreads for book tracking and stats. Yep. Ricardo, like honey, we're used to the heat here in like honey, we're used to the heat here in Spain, but the heat in my North African town is not the same as in Africa as in Ireland. Right. They spent the whole day outside, and the poor girl couldn't take it anymore. Oh, poor thing. I bet she was like, "Mom, Dad, like he told you this." And Ricardo says, "Coda, I love hot. I hate being cold, but I only like it if I can go to the beach." True. I like all of life better if I can go to the beach. Lisa, should I read Huckleberry Finn before reading James? I also would like to know this. So let us know, those of you who have read James. I feel like, Lisa, that it can't hurt, right? Because then you're getting the full context. I don't know. And Coda says, yes, it's a dry heat, and you also hate being cold. Yeah, yeah. You see how I'm here inside. I think I have my house too cold because it's actually really nice and hot outside, but you see I've got my like hoodie on. Alrighty, I'm gonna put us back into yet another sprint so that I can keep going with things fall apart. I think I'm also gonna take a quick little bathroom break, but I don't want to take one too long because at some point my husband is showing up with food for me to eat, and I don't want to read things fall apart with sticky fingers. But I'm probably gonna do it anyway because I'm in it to win it, and I want to know what's gonna happen. I'm invested. So let me star the comment so I don't lose that. And let's go back into sprint. Hope you guys are having as much fun as I am. And let me reset that rather, put us on the long sprint or the long break. And I will see you in an hour. Happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everyone? Mine went well. I got another two chapters done, chapter 7 and 8. No, that doesn't seem right. Chapter 8 and 9? Yeah, chapter 8 and 9. I went back too far. I was like, I'm pretty sure I read two chapters, not three. Yeah, so chapter 8 and 9. Um, things are really moving along here, and yeah, still really liking the different similes and metaphors that are being used throughout the book. Um, Again, I made a nice little post-it not talking about the storytelling style in the book and my thoughts on that. I am marking the areas where I have questions because I feel like a lot of the times the cultural references and stuff are explained, but every now and then I'm catching very subtle things that I'm like, why is that happening? Like it's usually some ceremonial thing that I'm just curious about and want to know more about that tradition. Um, let's see what else did I think of? In Oh, I now have two new phrases that I plan on using in life as frequently as I can recall them. And one of them is questioning whether someone's ears are for decoration only. Love that. Love that. That should be a common phrase everywhere because, especially as parents, we can relate to that. And then the other one was oh, I already forgot the phrase. Oh, it was this wonderful phrase of when someone calls for you, how they respond. And so in this instance, one of Okonkwo's wives, um, the first wife, was calling over to the second wife, and she said her name. And rather than responding with, oh, yes, or whatever, she called her, and the second wife responded, is that me? I'm going to respond like that from now on when people call my name. Nicole, is that me? Like, I don't know, is it? Like, I don't know why. Like, they do it because there's the idea that if it's someone that you can't see calling your name, you want to check and make sure that it's not an evil spirit first. And so, therefore, you're not going to acknowledge that it's you. You're going to be like, well, is that me? Is it me you're calling? I don't know. I don't know. Who is that? But I could see just how much fun that would be in my culture to respond that way. Oh, is that me? Is it me you're looking for? No, it must be that other Nicole. So I loved that those two phrases. Plan on using them. And then there were two different stories that were shared in chapter 9 that I absolutely loved. They were just tiny little stories, but I just I just caught them and enjoyed them. One was the story of the ear and the mosquito, which was, just how you always get the mosquito buzzing in the ear. And I'm going to share this story for those of you who aren't reading along with us. It's not a spoiler in any way. And for those of you who are reading, you will probably enjoy reading the story again in context. Um, but it's a woman's story, as they call it, and the mosquito had asked the ear to marry him, and the ear fell upon the floor laughing uncontrollably. How much longer do you think you have to live? Said the ear to the mosquito. You are already a skeleton. The mosquito went away humiliated, and any time he passed by her way, he told the ear that he was still alive. I love that. I love that idea that every time you have a mosquito going by, he's whispering to the ear, "I'm still here." Like, it's just I don't know why, but that idea just cracked me up. Also, if you have never been to parts of Africa, their mosquitoes are significantly louder than the mosquitoes here in the US, at least. Like, I went to South Africa, and that was my one experience. I was like, "What? Why are your mosquitoes so loud?" Like, they're really in your ear, like, louder than a fly, even though they're not much larger than our mosquitoes. Anyway, and then the second story that was told was the why the snake lizard killed his mother. And somebody needs to write a story that's called that, because it reminds me of the book How the One-Armed Sister Sweeps Her House. Like, can someone write a story that goes along with why the snake lizard killed his mother? Just just throwing that out there. Ideas for the future if you're an author. Anyway, so on my next sprint, I will be starting in chapter 10. which means I'm only 3 chapters away from the end of book 1. I can't wait. All right, let me go and see how you guys did. I also had lunch delivered, so I'm going to be eating some hot, spicy chicken and french fries on this next reading sprint. I got a few in right before the sprint ended because I was starving and the headache was happening. So you might have noticed that I went off screen. It's a combination of we cleared out our attic recently and we have all the stuff that we're getting rid of right over here, and I have really bad dust allergies, so I think my headache was partially from that, but apparently it was also partially I was just really hungry. So let's see what you guys were up to. Heather was saying, okay, you are selling me on Storygraph. I've been playing with it and it does seem really nice. Just got to import my Goodreads because I don't want to lose all my reviews. Yes. And you know what? I have to say, I found it, and this was a couple of years ago, so it's probably even better now, that I was worried about how well it would do that. And I was amazed that it did it so well. And because I was on Goodreads and I still technically have an account, but yeah, I never use it. LA says, I read Huck Finn before James and felt that it helped because he used a similar plot. Right. They're supposed to be companion novels to some extent. I only wish that I had waited a bit longer to start James because I was tired of hearing about Huck. Fair. I will keep that in mind because I want to read them close together, but maybe not back to back. And TLDR, I can't figure that one out. Reading Huck Finn first does help you to better follow the story. Yeah, that's what I suspected. And sorry, I can't figure out the initials. And Ricardo says, my favorite Storygraph thing is that I can add books manually. I read a lot of weird books and they're never in Goodreads. Yep, I love that they have that function. Like here, you can, user added. And then there's even a spot where you can correct things, where you can mention like, hey, this information's not here, or it's incorrect, or it's missing. Diana said, it depends on reading Huckleberry Finn first. I can see some people not wanting to read it at all, so I would recommend using Google and getting an overview of the story. That's true, because there are a lot of things in Huck Finn that can be triggers for people, regardless of Mark Twain's intention in writing the book. And that is a really good point. If it's not a book that you want to read, there are ways to know the story without reading the book. And LA says, yeah, I could see some of that. I listened to the audiobook on Libby, and that would make it even more rough. Sue finished her book, yay for finishing, and discovered it was the last book in the series. Oh, huh. Oh, who would have known? Okay, well, I guess now you get to start at the beginning. LA said, hi, I love that phrase, the ears. I'm going to have to use that, right? Right? Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. You and your decorative ears over there. And Christina got to chapter 11. Very good. And Miss Peepers got a few pages into chapter 11 and may have taken a little nap in my recliner. I also took a short nap during that time, too. I do like the ears for decoration. No kids, but I have a few coworkers. Yeah, yeah, right. We're all going to be thinking about that. Like, oh, those are just those decorative ears. Okay, fair. Now I understand. Heather, I finished it. Yay! I've been trying to process how I feel. I feel like I've emotionally gone through major shifts. Yes, Heather, I could definitely see that. For sure. There is a lot going on there. I will say, I will be talking about at the very, very end of our sprints tonight, the last chat. I will talk about spoilers up to the point that I have read, but that will be the very last thing we do before I sign off at the end of today. So if you want to go and come back at around like 8:30 or 9, if you finish the book before I do, feel free to do that, but just know that that will be happening, or you can watch it back, or you can just skip it all together. So, but I just wanted to put that out there. But congrats, Heather, and yeah, hope you process. I look forward to hearing, some of your thoughts, whatever you feel like you can share without spoiling the book, either here or if you figure out the Storygraph part. Ricardo says, I prepped the dinner and read just a few pages of Rebecca, and next sprint you will read. Yes, hopefully, crossing the fingers. Yeah. What's dinner tonight, Ricardo? Let us know. And Diana finished James, and my eyes need a break. Yeah, true, true. So listening to the audible of the love songs of W.E.B. Du Bois. Ooh, let me know how you like that book. I read that, Diana, at the beginning of this year. I think I started it, and I really liked the book. I really, really liked her writing. I will read something else by her. I broke down because the trauma was just traumatizing. I just couldn't keep going as the book went on. It just became too much for me. But I hope you have better success than I did because I was enjoying it in every other way. And Angela highlighted both of those phrases. I know, they're just amazing phrases, like, expressions from other places to talk about things, A plus, 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 plus. Like I said, I think those should exist in all of our languages. And Cherie still yes, yeah, I got that. Your comment is below. Let me skip to it real quick. Still in the streets, but listening to the audiobook of Better Must Come. Ooh, that sounds good. I hope you're having fun out in the streets. Ellie says, I usually say what I say doesn't even make it to your ears. Yeah. Well, and now you know what happens when they do. Those ears aren't actually there for listening. And Denise, DNF some oh, Denise, what happened? Tell us why. We need to know. Wow, I am shocked because that book is like usually like A plus 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 plus. So if you feel like sharing, I would be very curious to know why you DNF'd it because it's not that long and you didn't start it that long ago. So that was a very quick decision on your part. So I'm interested. Lisa, thanks for letting us know about reading, yeah, Huckleberry Finn first. Yep, thank you. That was very helpful. And you're on chapter 11 too. There's just so much going on. Wow, how'd you all get to chapter 11 at the same time? Oh, yeah, I can't wait to get to this next one. And I think the love songs of W.E.B. Du Bois should have won the Pulitzer. Honestly, and based on her writing, I also agree. And I remember that some of the comments that I had on that, and I don't remember what won the Pulitzer that year, but I remember a couple of booktubers, like specifically Greg at Supposedly Fun, really questioning, like, why didn't she win? And, like, what would she have had to do in order to win it? Because why was that not good enough, especially compared to the other books that were out there? And based on what I read of the book, like, I didn't see the book getting worse, and I didn't dislike her writing at all. Like, I thought her writing was phenomenal. I just personally couldn't handle the topics she was bringing up, but, like, that doesn't seem like a reason not to win the Pulitzer, so, questionable. If you remember, Anne, let me know what did win and what were the finalists that year, because 'cause I'll be very interested to know. And Ricardo's a liar. Oh, okay. You don't feel like reading, so you're gonna play some of The Witcher. Hey, do what you feel like doing. It's Saturday. Like, hang out and have fun. And oven chicken thighs with spices and herbs. Ooh, very simple. Just to throw it in there and not think about it. Agreed, agreed, agreed. That is one of my favorite, like, go-to things is like, let's just roast some chicken, whatever, with spices and herbs. What spices and herbs are you using, Ricardo? Because I'm always looking for something to shake it up. And Kiana tried love songs and was overwhelmed and couldn't pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I actually read it for a while, probably 200 pages in, which means I probably read it last year before I made the goal of DNFing sooner. Um, and yeah, same feelings. And you also DNF'd Psalm for the Wild Bill. Why did you DNF it, Kiana? I'm really curious because I've never heard anyone DNF it. So I want to know. I want to know. And Coda's going to shower. Sounds good. And seek out some food. Ooh, and maybe a beer. Ooh, okay, bye, Coda. Have fun. That all sounds yum. And LA thinks what Ricardo's making is yum. Yep, yep. Sounds good. And uh, Ricardo says goodbye to Coda. All right. I can tell that my allergies are acting up again, so I am probably yet again going to go and sit in my other room while I eat my sandwich and french fries. And I'm hopefully going to remember this time to look up the audiobook because I do want to do that. And because so much of this feels like oral storytelling to me, just in the cyclical nature of the way the story's told, I want to, like, hear it at least for a little bit, but I definitely want to keep reading it because I know I'll read faster than the audiobook. Um, for songs, you felt like you were starting in the middle of the story. Oh, that's interesting. And you couldn't get into it because of that. That's really interesting, especially because it's book one of a two-book series. And the second book is the second book. It's not like the prequel, at least from what I recall. But you know what? Based on the premise of the novel, I could see that. Because if I recall correctly, like, somebody starts in the woods, and so, obviously, something made them go there and, interesting. And maybe you're slow. No, because somebody else, like, Denise just DNF'd it, so hopefully she'll tell us why, and, it'll be interesting to see if it's similar reasons. All right, there was our bell. I'm ready to go. So let me get us back into our next sprint. Hopefully, I will finish part one. That is my goal. It's going to be hard to do since I'm simultaneously going to be eating lunch, but we will see. All right, happy sprinting. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How are things going? I was so close, guys. I almost made it, but I should have known. I've been pretty consistently getting 2 chapters in per sprint, and so I didn't make it to chapter 13. I finished chapter 12, and then I was like, "Ah, darn." And so then I went and updated Storygraph, but it's still going really well. I mean, so much happens each chapter, and this book is just so rich with just the cultural traditions of this tribe that it's mind-blowing, but it's not overwhelming. I think that's what I'm really appreciating about it. Um, so I think when I left off, oh, maybe I did read 3 chapters, but it was 10, 11, and 12. No, it was 10 and 11. I was right. Um, so I think so far one of my most favorite statements, other than the 2 that I'm going to remember forever, was that when we're at the trial with the sister and her brothers, and it talks about how her brothers were as still as statues into whose faces the artist has molded defiance. Ah, that that was just amazing. Just an amazing imagery right there. Um, and I just loved hearing about just all the different cultural things. I mean, we had an example of the justice system, an example of what a marriage would look like, an example of traditions surrounding just generally helping your neighbors when there's like an issue in the neighborhood. Um, and of course, there's a very tense moment between with Okonkwo and his wife and his daughter, and, just so much going on. We get another good story, the story of the tortoise in the sky. I loved that. I particularly loved how the parrot was like, "Sure, I'll help you. Just, tell me what message you would like me to give to your wife." I'm not gonna ruin it because for those of you who haven't gotten there yet, it's a good story. That was the one that just sealed the deal and made me go, "I need to find a book that's full of Nigerian folk tales because." Maybe these are women's stories, but I'm a woman and I want to hear more. So if any of you happen to know a good collection of Nigerian folk tales, or if Chinua Achebe's anthologies are full of them, please let me know because I need to read more. They're amazing. They're everything I want them to be and more. So on the next round, I will be finishing book one and Things Fall Apart, which I'm excited about, and moving on into book two. So let's see how you guys did. Let's see, when we left off, Denise had read to page 8 and put it down because she found Psalms for the Wild Built confusing. Okay, it sounds similar to Kiana's experience. And you didn't want to quit. You picked it back up, read a few more pages, and couldn't connect at all. That is really interesting. And really interesting that you and Kiana both had very similar experiences where you were like, this is not pulling me in. What is happening? I feel like I'm missing stuff. Huh. Ha ha ha. That's interesting. Hmm. I wonder why that is and if other people are just glossing over that experience at the beginning of the book or what. Anne says, oh yes, it was the Netanyahu's that won the Pulitzer Prize the same year as the love songs of W.E.B. Du Bois. I read it and was not impressed. I started the Netanyahu's and I DNF'd it. Like, I don't think I made it past the first couple of chapters, and I was like, "Meh, this is okay, but, like, whatever." I just wasn't getting into it. It wasn't catching my attention, and yeah, when I put those 2 side by side, I don't get it either, Anne. I think the love songs of W.E.B. Du Bois much better written. That story grabs you way more quickly. Suspect. Emily is sitting down to actually read now Fisherman and the Dragon by Kirk Wallace. Wonderful. Hope you got a lot read. And You also like the mosquito story and still refer to it today. I love that. Yeah, I'm totally like my grandchildren will be hearing that story one day. In fact, my son and my husband will probably be hearing that story sometime in the next day or two. It's a great story. And Denise says to Kiana, totally agree about it felt like starting in the middle. Yeah, and some people like really enjoy that and don't like linear stories. I can do either, but I don't want that feeling of being in the middle of something to last too long, if that makes sense. And Ricardo mixed some butter with salt, pepper, paprika, saffron, cumin, garlic, and onion powder. Add a couple of cloves and the slightest touch of turmeric. For herbs, very little oregano, parsley, and thyme, and rosemary and a couple of bay leaves. Dude, you're doing it all. I'm writing this down. So this is Ricardo's recipe here for what he does when he does a little roast chicken. And then you put the chicken on a tray and cover the bottom of the tray with water and white wine. Oh, yeah. And sounds like a lot, but it took me yeah, no. I get it because I mix, like, stuff like that all the time, like, not that many things, but, yeah, no, that wouldn't take very long to do. Oh, I'll let you know how that is because I will be making that very, very soon. Sounds great. Thank you for sharing. Denise says to Kiana, I felt the same. Like, why am I not getting it? It can't be that we're slow. No, I definitely don't think that's it. I just read the brilliant James Baldwin and think you got it. Yeah, no, it's probably not that. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I think books are just hyped because they're hyped and, people go in expecting to like it and therefore do. I don't know. I don't know. And Courtney, hello. Yes, this is where all the folks are at. We're all hanging out. Some of us are reading Things Fall Apart, and some of us are reading other things, and some of us aren't reading at all. So I'm glad to have you join us. And Lisa's got to go. It's family time. Happy to decide to read this book with everyone. So am I, Lisa. If you haven't finished, I hope you do, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. And thanks for joining us. And you're probably already gone, but I hope you have a great evening with your family. Angela, I knew nothing about this book before reading it today. I had been feeling all along that Okonkwo was in need of something that I didn't think he would find within his clan. And then, boom, plot twist. Ah, you got to the plot twist too. Oh, I can't, can't wait to get there because I know that there's like a major change that comes and I don't remember what it is, which is good. Like, it'll be a surprise, but I'm glad for you. And Angela just ordered a physical copy of the book. It's a keeper for you. Yay! I'm so glad to hear that. It is a keeper for me too. Like, I love this book, and that was one of the reasons that I wanted to reread it because even though I reread this book an obnoxious amount of times in college and like back to back to back, like multiple semesters in a row, I still enjoyed this book every single time, and I got something different out of it, and because I was stupid and kept thinking, "Surely I'll never take a class that teaches this again," I wrote 3 different papers on it before I was like, "I'm keeping these papers so that maybe I can reuse at least part of them." I don't think I ended up doing that because it ended up taking a lot of work to, like, go back and reread my own paper, so I'm pretty sure I wrote 5 different papers about Things Fall Apart. One of them, in all fairness, was a comparison with this and, Heart of Darkness because, ironically, those were the 2 books that kept coming up over and over again, and there were some similar themes, interestingly enough, though probably not intentional by my teachers. And Sue only got 20 pages read in the one last first date and did laundry. Ooh, I need to do my laundry, Sue. Thanks for saying that. Oh, and I looked for the audiobook and it's not on my Libby either. So I'm gonna have to look up on my library app and see if I have it on audio through my library at all. Christina now on chapter 16 and starting spaghetti for supper. Yum yum. Love good spaghetti. And Miss Peppers finished chapter 14, and oh, that oh, you guys are killing me here. Not much you can say at this point without spoiling, but I did notice that Okonkwo's first wife doesn't have a name. I kept thinking about that as well. Like his second and his third wife do. And I'm not sure what the significance is in that, other than is it related to the fact that it's such pride that she's his first wife that, like, what else do you need to go by? But We'll see. She's either Okonkwo's first wife or Nwuye's mother, right? And I don't know if that's like pride of place, right? Interesting. I want to know. Kiana says, "Oh, Denise, you get me." Yeah. See, now if two of you are feeling that way, like you can't be the only two people in the world, right? So it may just be that a lot of what's been put out there on the book are only people's good reviews. I wonder if you guys looked up like lower stars, like 1, 2, and 3-star reviews on Goodreads or Storygraph, if you would find that people who gave it those low ratings said the same thing. LA, I keep rereading the part where it says marriage should be a play and not a fight. So we are falling down again. I don't understand what this means. If anyone else does, please fill me in. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Um, could you share what page that's on, LA? Because I had to read that. Oh, never mind. I found it. Look at that. It's on page 73. Um, and they're saying, we had not thought to go below 30. This is when they're talking about her dowry, and they're describing the behavior of a dog, where a dog would say, if I fall down for you and you fall down for me, it is play. Marriage should be a play and not a fight. So here we are falling down again. So my understanding of that was, and I get this only because I have a dog who loved to play. When dogs wanna play, they go down on their front legs. Think of downward dog in yoga. And, they will do that, and if another dog does it back to them, they're playing and they have the same understanding of the situation. Whereas you can have where one dog will keep doing that movement, like sort of the downward dog, because they wanna play, and if the other dog doesn't understand that, they could get in a fight. And so my understanding in the same situation is that they're relating it to, okay, like we weren't planning on taking more less than, 30 um bags, right, as part of her dowry, but you've brought it down that low. So if we are willing to go down as low as 30 and start talking, then we can start negotiating and we can play it together. As opposed to if we don't go down with you, then we're getting in a fight about this. And marriage is supposed to be play, not fight. So fine. Here we go. We'll fall down. We'll come down to your lower amount of negotiating that you want to start at, and we'll negotiate with you. That was my understanding of what that meant. So again, only because I have a dog. I used to have a dog, and she used to bow and do the play bow a lot. She loved to play. She was a Shih Tzu. Like that's all they want to do. Like play is fun. So let me know if that helped, LA. Jamie listened to the first 3% in your audiobook. Nice, written in my own heart's blood. Ooh, while running errands. Fun. Finished chapter 6 of A Long Fatal Love Chase once I got home. Very nice. How are you liking A Long Fatal Love Chase, Jamie? Let us know. And Denise is a little over halfway through Dinosaur Sanctuary. That sounds fun. I'm sorry, it's just okay. And you need the GRC. What's the GRC? Graphic, I don't know. Let me know what the GRC is for Tar, and it's a quick read. Oh, manga. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I figured it was either a manga or a graphic novel. That's what it sounded like. Emily, the first time I read Things Fall Apart was in high school as a companion with Heart of Darkness. They do pair them together a lot. I agree. I agree. That was how they kept coming up in both my classes. So they're now both the top two books that I've reread the most in my life. I liked this one way better. And Miss Peepers, oh, that comparison of Things Fall Apart and Heart of Darkness would make an interesting video. I would watch it. Never gonna happen, Miss Peepers. Heart of Darkness is, oh, I tried to reread it earlier. I'd have to reread it at some point first, and I really didn't like it. The irony of that, however, is as soon as I put it back on my son's bookshelf, because it's his book, not mine, he started reading it and he loved it for exactly the reasons I hate it. So maybe I'll do a video with him and we'll each talk about one of the books. And Cherie says back home to organize spice cabinet and finished Better Must Come. Ooh, 4 stars. Logged for Caribbean Heritage Month. Nice. And Courtney says, good analyzing, Nicole, of quote Nicole. Thanks. Ellie says, "Ah, that makes sense. You're very welcome. Good. I'm glad that made sense of it because at first I had to reread it a couple times too, and I was like, what are they saying?" And GRC is, oh, is the currency. Oh, I didn't realize there's currency for it. I haven't like looked into any of it just because I knew with my move I wasn't going to be able to do the like changing props. So it was just going to. And Jamie is enjoying the long fatal love chase. It's moving at a pretty good pace and it's a fast read. Yep, I agree to all those things. And that will not change throughout the whole book. Like it will stay pretty much that pace throughout most of the rest of the book. And we all found it a very fast read as well. And Miss Peepers hated the Heart of Darkness too. Totally understand. Yeah, there were just things that I was like, is this well written or poorly translated? And I felt like the line was, and I mean, he translated it himself into English, but or, I mean, he didn't even translate it. He wrote it in English, but it felt translated. And I felt like there was a very fine line for me, whether it was well written or just a hot mess. I can say by the fifth time I read it, I started to like and understand it more. Take that for what you will. Anyway, that was our timer, so let's go ahead and go back into another sprint. It is 5 o'clock now, so we will have 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 3 more sprints left, which for me means I should get 6 more chapters in, so, at least at the pace that I'm going. So, all right, let me pull up our timer for us, and there we go. And here's the full hour, and happy sprinting. I'll see you in an hour. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? Mine went really well. I'm sorry. I'm still like chuckling to myself and I'll share why shortly. But I got from chapter 13. Somehow I read a lot, but I think it's the same amount. I think the chapters are just shorter in this section. I read from chapter 13 and just finished chapter 16. And so I did finish part one of the book, and yeah, I I hit that. I don't even know if plot twist is the right word, but things have hit a critical moment here. Um, and yeah, there is so much going on, so many major moments happening in this life and village at this point. And yeah, and you're still getting so much of the Igbo tradition shared within here. And I just started noticing that there still is this tension between tribal traditions and the tough questions of morality that it's raising within people. Um, especially when it comes to like the understanding of what is just injustice. And then, of course, I got into chapter or part two with everything that's involved in that. I loved this line of how difficult trying to start over can be in later life, and the comparison of it being like learning to become left handed in old age. Ace. Um, and I also loved learning about that expression of mother is supreme. And I'm sorry, a Chindu, who is a relative of Okonkwo's mother, her younger brother. Why is he like the wisest like voice in this entire book all of a sudden? He is a man whose feet I would want to sit down at and listen to. Um and then yeah, I'm not even gonna say what goes on from there. Um but all I all I will say is that I don't know if I will ever hear anyone use the phrase myself again without thinking your buttocks. That's all I'm gonna say. Is the reference now to myself and your buttocks, and they're not the same thing. Like it's, I can't even explain it unless you've read it. If you know the reference to your buttocks and how frequently it comes up at this point, then you know. Anyway, things are going well for me. I'm excited to make it more through. I'm just looking at the timing of where things are. There's 25 chapters in this in entirety. I'm pretty sure before we're done, I will have made it through to chapter 21. So I do think I'm going to finish this book today. I don't think I'll end up finishing it during our sprints, though, and that's okay. One of the other things I did, I'll mention when it comes up in the chat because I did drop a link in the chat for everyone. So let's see where we were when we left off. Carissa, hello. Carissa stopped in, Lovable Reader. Just wanted to pop in. You're trying to finish The Long Walk by Stephen King for the amazing readathon. Nice. You have 45 minutes left in the audiobook. Awesome. I hope you get that in time to count as one of your prompts. And hello, Kay. How are you this evening? I hope you're doing well. What are you up to? What are you reading? How's your weekend going? And then here is the link that I left. I know not everybody is comfortable with using Storygraph, but if you're doing the read along and you want to participate, I did create on my Discord channel a category now just for things fall apart, and I've included a section for part 1, 2, and 3, so you can leave spoiler comments and thoughts or whatever in there. Because if you're like me, I needed to go and vent about how part 1 ended. And hello, Sarvasha. How are you? Trying to make it to Berlin. Okay, I hope you make it. Are you going by train or car or plane? And yeah, I hope that works out. And Miss Pieper says, Same Things Fall Apart is a good book for it. You're also trying to make it to Berlin? Oh, and the amazing readathon. I for a whole moment there were like, what are the chances that you're both trying to fly to Berlin right now? Weird. Got it. On the same page now. Glad that the book is working for you. And Courtney had to go and do some responsible stuff. Maybe be by later today. Sounds good, Courtney. Thanks for stopping by. And Nani, hello. How are you? You came back. Welcome back. Hope your day is going well there. So you got about halfway through your book. That's nice, but you need a break. Maybe you'll try something else on the next sprint. Sounds good. I'll probably start by getting up and moseying around for a little bit. I might even go and sit outside while I still have some sunlight left. And Cherie says, finished my quick read, should have thought twice, a psychological thriller. Very nice. Hope you enjoyed it. Kiana got 8% of Court of Mist and Fury and feel a nap coming on. Fair enough. Hope you get a good nap sprint or two or three in, but not too many, because you want to go to sleep tonight. And is this the first time you've read A Court of Mist and Fury or anything by Sarah J. Maas? Let me know. Miss Peepers finished chapter 17 and took a dinner break. Nice. Feel good about finishing tonight. Yeah, I'm actually feeling a lot better about finishing tonight. I didn't think I would finish tonight at the pace that I'm going, um, but I really think I will. I mean, I've read 150 pages so far today, and there's only about 50 pages less left. And granted, I have significantly less time, but I just really feel like I've got some time left before we're done with this sprint, and then I'll still have some time after that before I go to sleep. So I feel like, and I know I'm not going to be able to put it down with like a couple of chapters left to go. Let's just be real. Nani says, I went to a gynecologist checkup and then went to a library where my mom got me perfume. Oh, the story of a murderer, and we ate at Popeyes. Ooh, that sounds like a really good afternoon. Well, sans the first part. Checkup is like required, but all the rest of it made up for the checkup, it would be my thinking. Is Perfume, is that the one that's a classic novel? Like it was written a while ago? Because I feel like that's the one. At least I think it was written a while ago. Sounds like the book I'm thinking. And you love that I'm creating kind of a book club for things fall apart. Yes, thank you. Yeah. I just love doing that. And Denise finished Dinosaur Sanctuary. If someone is a fan of manga, they would probably enjoy it. And it was okay for you. Okay, well, fair enough. Well, it sounds fun. I like the name. I like the idea of a dinosaur sanctuary. Anne is having a difficult time concentrating this afternoon. That does happen sometimes. I even have that sometimes, even when I'm hosting sprints, where I just feel like, I don't know, my mind is going everywhere. And Miss Peeper says my buttocks correct me up. Yes, yes, exactly. Like the fact that it wasn't just once or twice, but it got to the point where it was like, yeah, sure, we'll keep talking to you and your buttocks. Like I just like it should have felt like a middle school joke, and it kind of did, but in like the best way possible. I think also like I needed that comical break in the middle there. Angie says, "Hi, thanks for forcing my distracted butt." Oh, don't talk about your buttocks. To sit down and read today. You're very welcome. Got through 4 chapters of Howard's End, only about 6 to go. Yay! Well, good. I'm glad you've gotten some good reading in. And how are you liking Howard's End? I want to read it, but I have not yet. And Cherie is asking Kiana, is the book boring? Ooh, that's a good question. And Kiana says, yes, it's my first time reading it. Cherie is definitely slower than Akatar. Interesting. Kiana, I feel like you're spilling all the tea about what these books are really like. So thank you for sharing your thoughts on each of them. All right. Well, that was a good quick break. I am into my book. And like I said, I want to go and sit outside and enjoy the last of the sunshine. I mean, in all fairness, it's probably gonna be out light outside here for another 2 hours, but there's some good reading lighting going on versus, like, it's dusk and almost dark kind of thing. So, I think I'm gonna go and sit outside, so I'm gonna turn off my screen for a little bit, but I do need to go and update Storygraph first before I do that. So I'm going to go and do that because I need to leave some comments in Storygraph about my buttocks. I can't help myself, guys. Like, if you haven't read the book, read it just so you can get to that. Like, it's just worth it in the moment. And Anne says, oops, sorry. Anne says, you've read all of E.M. Forrester. I have read none of E.M. Forrester. How do you like him, Anne? Let me know. And oh, you'd love to see my sunset. Yes, I know. We sometimes they're pretty boring here, but sometimes we get some amazing ones. And behind my house, there is, you can't see it as well during the summer because there's trees. But when you can see it well, you can also see the sunset because it sets right to the side of my house. And so then you get like the water and the trees and the sunset, and it's A plus plus. But I will say the internet in my house is horrible. So if I tried to show it to you using my camera, the connection would probably die. However, starting in 2 weeks, I will be doing my sprints in the new place that we will be house sitting in for a couple of weeks. And it's my next door neighbor's house. We're house sitting for them for a couple of weeks after we move out. And their porch is like one house over, obviously, from ours. And hopefully their Wi-Fi is better connected than ours. And then I'll be able to actually sit outside during sprints. And if it happens, I will show you sunset then. So for sure. In the meantime, maybe I'll take a picture and post if it's a good one, and I'll post it on community pages. That's what I'm trying to think. And Heather says, "Wasn't there something about ashy buttocks too? Is there? Oh my gosh, I really hope there is, Heather, because there really should be." But I haven't gotten to that part yet. So, and says, "A warning, a lot of it is gay." Oh, of Ian Forrester? Yeah, I could see that, right? Because wasn't he? So that's interesting to know. Ricardo had dinner and then sat with my dad to watch a show while I completely forgot about the sprints. Ricardo, it's fine. I love the fact that like you always get distracted from sprints by hanging out with your family and specifically your parents. That is how it should be. And Nani says, "How are you annotating the book?" Sure, I can share that. So I'm annotating it like a crazy person. So first of all, but I'll share with you what my colors mean real quickly. Um, so blue you will see is mainly just at the beginning of the book, and a blue tab is just when a character is first introduced, and usually specifically when there's a lot of detail about who they are. So in this instance, it's when Akima Fune is first mentioned, and there's a little bit foreshadowing about him, though that's not really where you get a lot of detail about him. So everywhere you see a blue tab, there is a new character that is mentioned. Orange, these orange tabs here are marking major plot points. So if there is a plot arc, that's where it is. So this would be for the exposition. You can see they're all here at the top of the page because they're all major plot points. Um, Yellow are just for quotable moments that I'm enjoying. So it's most of the metaphors and similes and various types of imagery in this book. I'm also using the yellow to mark like the fun stories in here that I'm enjoying so that I can go back to them. Um, and then what else do I have? I also have orange tabs like here. Whoops. And my orange tabs, I write on them a theme, and they're right in the same area as where the theme is occurring. So this one is for failure and cowardice and courage, and it's marking one of the themes that I've noticed. And usually it's because it's words that keep coming up over and over again. And then finally, I have my post-it notes. I don't have many in here, but they're when I have longer thoughts on anything in the book. And I'll just write my thoughts here. And then what I do is the part that sticks out of the book. Sorry, the lighting is kind of blasting it out. But you can see that here that I will write words so that I can see it as it's sticking out of the book, so that if I want to look back specifically at that part, I can. So this first post-it is on Okonkwo's fear, and there's one section in the book where it goes through everything that internally he is afraid of, and I wrote down all those things on this Post-it note because I realized that was gonna be significant, and I stick it out the side so that way, even when my book is closed, if I need to remind myself about his fears, I can easily flip back to that. And that is basically how I am annotating it. I am also underlining as I finally went along further and further because I was like, otherwise, my book's going to just be full of stuff and I plan on keeping this. I am underlining only in black pen because one of the tricks I learned in college is that if you just use one color to highlight or underline, every time you read the book, you can use a different color and you'll be able to keep track of how many times you've read a book. And so with the underlining, I am just underlining just different important, passages or little things that are sticking out to me. It's not everything. I do underline more than I tab. And I'll also make notes in the margin, not that it's going to focus for you, with a set of letters that AA means things that are words that are being repeated again and again. And I don't want to tab them because I'm not necessarily going to turn back to them, but I do want to note them in the book. And I also underline tough questions. So those would be questions that characters in the book ask or that are implied, that are things that people are wondering about and trying to figure them out. Because often tough questions in books are related to the themes of books. So everything that I'm underlining and highlighting usually for me has to do with something I like, don't like, or a theme that I want to follow and think about. So, that was a lot, but I hope it helped. And I am at some point going to do a video about how I annotate, and I don't annotate all my books exactly the same way. So before I put this away, I will write out the annotation key in the front of my book. And, don't worry, quality time with family is always lovely. I totally agree. I've accidentally highlighted everything on this page. Heather has not read E.M. Forster either. Next buddy read, yeah, maybe we'll have to do like an E.M. Forster read along. If you have read E.M. Forster and you have a favorite, let us know so that we have some idea. Or readathon. Yeah, I don't know what the differences are either. I guess technically a buddy read is usually just a couple of people reading, usually starting with two reading together. A readathon seems like it's like a reading thing that maybe has prompts. A read along is you're reading along in the same book with a group of people. That's my understanding of how the lingo works. And yes, he was gay and warn people when a book has a gay perspective. Okay, fair. Angie says, definitely enjoying Howard's End. I think you would enjoy it. If you ever want to buddy read it, let me know. Ooh, sounds good. Okay, maybe that's what we need to shake up next. And Ricardo says, "Have I ever done a video on how you annotate?" No, I have not. See, while I was talking about that, and you think it could be interesting, especially for those of us who don't know how to start annotating. I'm not sure that I'm the best person about how to start annotating, but I could definitely share how I annotate. So I have had multiple people ask that, so I will definitely do a video on that. I will try to do it soon. And Nani says, "So lovely. Are you going to share the quotes on Discord or even in a video?" I could definitely share it on Discord because there are a lot of quotes in here that I'm really loving. And I was thinking that as I got to this one point in the book, I was like, gosh, I could put together a whole collection of all the little quotes in here that I'm really enjoying. But that is a great idea. I will put it on Discord. Maybe what I'll do is I'll add to the things fall apart discussion um, category. I will add one channel where we can just all put in our favorite quotes. So I will do that when we go to break. And yes, you second it. All right. There we go. I will do a video on how I annotate. And Diana says, WTG. I don't know what that stands for. You have a passage passage to India waiting on Audible. You've read a couple of his books. Sounds good. I've heard good things about his books. And you have recommended books and that theme has caused problems. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, because you never know how someone would feel about that. So I get what you're saying, like, because you've had that experience where people are like, "Why didn't you tell me?" You now tell them. And Ricardo says, "Well, I think you just made the video." Like, yeah, true. I could go back and just edit this video. But I would say more, not necessarily about this, but just I would give the different examples of the different ways I annotate because it depends on what my intent is when I'm reading the book. But maybe I'll just use that section. Ricardo, I have a passage to India on my shelves. I want to pick it up soon. I read a passage to India. I don't remember liking it. I guess I have read it, Ian Forrester, but it wasn't the writing I didn't like. I just remember not liking the book itself. And you think Reader-thon feels more like an event than just a friendly read. Yeah, I would agree with that. And Heather loves this annotating scheme. It's much more organized than mine. I just made it sound more organized than it actually is, Heather. I have had a lot of annotating fails to get to this point, and I mean, look, there's still a lot happening here in this book. And Miss Peeper says, I'd be interested too in why you annotate the way you do. I just have lines I like, nothing fancy, and I'm always interested in more complex annotators. Yeah, and like I said, it really depends on my intent in the book. Um, and I do annotate more when I'm doing buddy reads or book club reads than if I'm just reading for pleasure. So there's that as well. Way to go. Thanks. Nani says, so you think you are going to finish the book today? I think so. I hope so. And when is going to be the next buddy read for you? My buddy reads at this point are all happening spinaltaneously. Oh my gosh, guys. Spontaneously. So I do think I will finish this today. However, the Storygraph page and obviously the section on my Discord will stay up until the end of the month. Like on my Storygraph, Discord, it'll be on there for forever. The one on Storygraph will be live until the end of this month. So even if you don't read it today, finish it today, whatever, you can still continue to comment on both Storygraph and Discord for a while. And then the next read along, thus far I've been doing all spontaneous ones. So I have not done any planned ones, and that's partially because of my move. However, next week is the big move. We move out. And so I'm hoping after that, because my schedule will be a little bit more set, that I'll at least be able to semi commit to spontaneously picking some book each month. We will see. We will see. So far, no promises, but I'm sure that the next one will come up soon, and I'm liking the idea of this Ian Forrester one because, again, I like spontaneous things coming up, and Howard's End is seeming like a good pick. Sue says, off to work on laundry. Good luck, Sue. Hope you get a chance to read, even if you don't know what you will read next. I do too. I hope the same for you. And Ricardo says, I feel you, Anne. I got a lot of LGBTQ friends, obviously, and you always got to tell them if a recommendation has a straight love story. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, you never know what people want. Yeah. So it can go both ways, always, whatever. Nani says, yes, great, coming with surprises. Yes, exactly. And Anne, have you read any Jason Reynolds? I have not. Tell me about. And I will wait to find out for when we get back from the break, but you can go ahead and leave your comments and thoughts on why you think I'd be interested in him below. And in the meantime, let me get our timer back up and see if I can go and get some nice pictures of the setting sun, though I can already tell from the lighting that nothing interesting is happening outside yet. All right, I will see you guys in an hour. Happy reading. Welcome, welcome back. How was that last sprint for everyone? Mine went really well. I, to my surprise, finished part two of Things Fall Apart. I am mostly up to date in Storygraph. I just need to put my thoughts on part two onto Storygraph and the Discord. And yeah, so much has happened in part two, but I have to say that I appreciate the conversation about the importance of the bonds of kinsmen, um, which is definitely something that I feel like I get throughout this entire book, honestly, is just the importance of family and those family ties and community ties. And because you see that throughout this book, how much they just support one another as a community. Like, that whole it takes a village. You see that in chapter after chapter after chapter. Um, and I feel like starting in chapter 18, everything that we see in part one, you start to realize is there intentionally. Like, I feel like part one, in some ways, was a really long exposition of laying the land and helping you get familiar with all of these characters and get to know this entire community and tribe and culture so that you understand how significant things are in part two. Um, that was one of my major takeaways and everything that is happening in part two. And then I had a moment where I was like, where did this all start? Some of these changes that are happening, especially in the families. And was the start much sooner than the significant changes that start happening? But then I also felt like, am I victim blaming in saying this and being like, you're part of the problem? But I think at least in a Conco's life, I feel like he was probably part of the problem. Like, people were ripe for something. Because he was, yeah, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, and was a lot in chapter 19 that I, especially the end of chapter 19, that I just found very touching and moving. So I am excited. I will be starting chapter 20. And guys, I just have 30 pages left. I didn't think that at the pace that I was going, which is much slower than I normally read, which always happens when I annotate. I did not think that I was going to finish today. I definitely did not think I was going to finish before the end of our sprints. I still don't think that. I haven't been paying attention to how many pages I'm reading per sprint, but I feel like we have at least one sprint left. I don't think I'm going to finish those 30 pages then. Will I be tempted to continue our sprints until I finish? Yeah, I might be. We'll see. Um, but I don't want to be misleading. So I am going to say that this is probably going to be our last sprint. Do I put up the banner? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Should we do one or two more sprints? I don't know yet. Um, okay, so while I'm thinking about that, one thing that I did see that came up, I think I talked about the meaning and the significance of the number three, right? Where I talked about how I was noticing, maybe I didn't, I don't know. But I had noticed that the number three kept coming up. I think I mentioned that. I don't know if I mentioned that when I Googled it, the significance of the number three to to the Igbo people, that it turned out that part of what it was it goes back to the kola nut, and that the kola nut apparently has three lobes, and so that is why the number three is so significant. Like, it's a ritual, nut. It has a lot of sacred significance, and so does those three lobes. The three parts of the kola nut are supposed to be representative of the three parts of family: the father, the mother, and the child. And so three is supposed to be a good omen because of that. And so I thought it was significant that in part two, the number two keeps coming up. And I feel like we're doing some weird, like, biblical, like, numerology going on here, where like two is just falling short of three. And so I'm like, is that why things are now in twos? There's like in 2 years this happened, in 2 more years this happened, and 2 days later or 4 days later something else happened. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy of making stuff up, but that's what's occurring to me. So let's see how things went for you guys this sprint. When we left off, Anne was asking me if I knew if I had read of any Jason Reynolds. So I said I had not. And she let me know that a lot of his books people have attempted to ban, and we could pick a banned book. People have even attempted to ban Charlotte's Web. Yeah, I know about that one. And there are some books that I'm like, Really? Somebody needs to get these people under control." Um, but yeah, we could do a banned book, maybe do it what is it? Is it October that's banned book month? Maybe we can work on a banned book for that month. Some sort of spontaneous pop-up. Speaking of which, guys, I did randomly at one point, I think in a live stream, mention that I was going to mention a little like surprise announcement-y thing, and this makes me think of it, which is I don't know how much of a surprise this is, but it is a bit of an announcement for those of you who are here is that I have been thinking about doing memberships for my channel. And so I'm interested to get some feedback about that. Is that something that people would be interested in and want? Are you like, who cares? And basically, channel memberships on YouTube work fairly similarly to Patreons, where it's just like extra perks. So some of them would be simple things like you would be able to, if you joined a membership, you might be able to see videos that I'm releasing earlier than before they release. Some of it, some of the tiers might include you get to see videos that I'm not releasing. So I might just be doing like special videos just for my members. Some of it could include a more formal book club. So like I do like the pop-up ones where we just do spontaneous read-alongs and we just do a live stream. We could do like special live streams. We could also do a more formal book club, like I was saying. Like there is a setting on Storygraph where you can do a book club instead of a buddy read. And the book club is completely private. You have to have the link or you can't access it at all. But one of the things that it would allow me to do is drop a link for a Zoom. So we could actually Zoom a book club discussion. So those are some of the things that I'm thinking. And then there would also be things for you guys to be able to say what you would like. So for example, some of the video ideals, that could be some of the special videos that I do is like way sooner than I would do them on my channel. I could do a video about some of the things that could get mentioned. We could have like little membership votes on like, hey, what's the next thing we're going to Barnacle Buddy read or that we're going to read for book club or that kind of deal. But before I go ahead and bother to do that, I want to know if people are interested. So some of you are here, and I will probably eventually do a community post, but maybe not. So I want to hear some initial feedback. Would you guys be interested in channel memberships if I did that? And if so, what are some of the things that you would want to see on channel memberships? They're usually three different tiers. They would not be expensive because who wants to do all that? And the vast majority of any funds that I received, pennies on the dollar, thank you, YouTube, would be going right back basically into the channel. So like if we were doing a Zoom book club, it would be going to pay for the Zoom membership so that we could Zoom for more than 30 minutes. So there's that. Let me know in the comments what you think. And yeah, let me read the rest of these comments. So Miss Peepers was saying the banned book list is wild. Yes, it is. I agree. Where's Waldo? Gosh. Was banned and reprinted because the beach scene had a teeny tiny side boob. What? Oh my gosh. Do we need to start by reading the banned like children's books? Oh, my. Well, I did like half the reading of these banned books would be like, what did they ban? Like, and Miss Beaver says, I have not heard of Jason Reynolds, but I hate censorship, so let's do it. Yeah, we'll definitely have to do something. Maybe we need to start coming up with some list ideas. Um, of ones that we'd want to start with. Emily finished part 3 of the book and struggled once again to put it down. Not a bad problem to have. If you weren't reading this with your dad, you'd think you would have finished it in 2 sittings. That's hilarious. Nothing like a buddy read to make you go, "Oh, let me eke it out and not read ahead." Speaking of which, I have a family book club, and my grandmother is the worst about being like showing up on like day 1 of the book and being like, "I'm halfway through." And we're like, "We were supposed to read 15 pages." And she was like, "It was good." We're like, "Well, thanks, grandma." And Denise read The Tea Dragon Festival, a graphic novel. Oh, that sounds cute. 3 stars. That's just okay. But hey, at least it was cute. Alex, you only managed to squeeze in 1 chapter while at the field, not surprisingly, right? And you almost got hit with the foul ball. Oh no. Yeah, I would have put the book down then too. That is my greatest fear at baseball games. I love going to them. I think they're so relaxing. I enjoy the entire atmosphere, except for the fear that I'm going to get killed by a foul ball. Like, that aside, love the game. Sue, a little over 40 pages in Midnight Crossroad. You are a reading machine, Sue. Good for you. Heather listened to the little blurb of NewsHour. Ooh, Achebe says he felt like the story was missing from the library, like an empty space on the shelf. Ah, yeah, I could totally see how he could feel like that. That's awesome. I'm glad he filled that space and that it's a basic human story. I would agree with that in so many levels. Like, even though this is about a very specific time period in Nigerian history, I feel like there's so there are a lot of people's stories in this. Like book to life connection, there are a lot of them. And he even said the Koreans said to him it was their story with Japan colonizing them. Wow, that's deep. I could see that. Ah, I can't wait to listen to this, Heather. I hope I can find it. And Ricardo's on page 60 of Rebecca, very interested in how many times the main character refers to herself as a child or makes childlike metaphors, but at the same time seems to be more mature than other characters. Yeah, I thought that was so weird in the beginning of the book and really didn't like it. I was like, why is she like, isn't she the one who at one point is like, oh, call me like some weird childish name? And I was like, no, don't call her that. Maybe that was a different book. And Ricardo's liking it so far and loving the writing. It is really good. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Ricardo. Miss Peeper said, I just have 3 chapters left, about 20 pages. This is beautifully written. I'm so glad we're doing this. Yay! So we're almost right around the same point. And it is so beautifully written. So I'm glad. I'm glad. I can't wait to finish. Angela finished. Oh, and your feelings are all over the place. That's what Heather said. This book will linger with me and not be forgotten. Yeah, yeah. I'm telling you, like, I am 20 years out from when I first read it and remember nothing about the book other than positive feelings about it as a whole and like knew I wanted to read it again. So thank you guys so much for reading it with me. And the chapters are definitely getting shorter. Yeah, yeah, I agree. And Christina, you're on chapter 22 of 33. Ooh, you've made some good reading progress today. And could I be convinced to do an extra sprint? I can be. Christina votes 2 more sprints. Yeah, that might just be happening. And Heather, everything is the number 3. Yeah, all the Italian folk tales, grimm fairy tales, biblically, right? Like 3 is always like such a why is that? Why is that? Right? Like, is it the idea of like multiples or more than multiples? I don't know. And Ricardo says, "I bet all the Americans who try to ban books don't even read any." You that's definitely what it seems like, Ricardo, based on the reasons that they're giving. It's like, you clearly haven't read this book at least. Like, oh, well, Americans and non-Americans, but I see it mostly in the US. Yeah, it's rampant over here. Apparently, the lack of reading of books along with the then deciding to ban them. And Heather says membership, we could do even do more in-depth topics. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. And I also love the idea of being able to Zoom so that you guys could talk in like live and I wouldn't be talking just to myself. And for those who aren't interested in the memberships, I would still do these live read-alongs. The only difference would be is that in addition to the live read-along, those who had member access at that tier would also be able to have a Zoom. So we would probably have like a Zoom debrief of whatever it was we were reading. And Mary made it to part 3. Yay! I'm just about to start part 3, so I'm almost there too, Mary. Denise says to Anne, my granddaughter really liked Ghost by Jason Reynolds, and I own As Brave as You, but have not read it yet. Ooh, gonna have to read some Jason Reynolds, I guess. Yeah, at one point he was like, "You could be my daughter." Yes, okay, okay. So you don't know what else to say. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I was like, "Isn't that the one where I was like, where is this going? Like, I get you're older than her, but, like, can we not make it weird and gross?" In honor of the author of your book switching 3 for 2, I think you should do 2 sprints. I like that, Ricardo. I like how you snuck that in there. And Denise, I'll be here as long as you're sprinting. Oh, thank you, Denise. And Karen says, I am loving this book. I read this 9 years ago and I am glad to read it again. Same, Karen. Absolutely the same. Okay, it's official. I'm going to do 2 more sprints because I think I will need that to finish this book. So let me quickly get through the rest of these so we can get back into our next sprint. Ricardo says, I support the membership. I join whenever I have a paycheck again. Oh, yes, that's right, because yesterday was your last day. Yes. How did that go? I hope it well, I mean, okay, you told us about the whole form for the injury, so apparently not so great, but you're done after that form. So there's that. So, yeah, but yeah. Okay, good. Okay. Well, I will definitely work on that and put it together. I'm hoping to get it together and set to launch by July. And it may be sooner than that. There will be announcements or whatever, but I've got to move first and not be thinking about that because that's my only concern is launching it right as I'm moving. I'm like, is that a bad idea? It sounds like a bad idea. And Miss Peepers says to Ricardo, 100% Fahrenheit 451 has been banned because they burn a Bible. Yeah, never mind that it's fictional. Never mind that the book is entirely anti book burning, right? Going back to the like, did you read the book or did you just hear they burned the Bible? Like, yeah, it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. And Alex, oh my gosh, I will never forget De Winter's proposal. He says something about being an old man and her probably wanting romance. I know. Like, ew, guys, stop. And Ricardo says, take your time. Moving is so stressful. It can be. It's going well, but we're just finishing things off. And Nani, hello. Just discussed a book with your book club of LGBTQ. Yay. I hope it went well. And you're ready to begin reading Things Fall Apart. Yay, yay, yay. And any tips you're reading it digitally? Um, I don't think so, other than see if your digital version has a glossary in it where it explains what some of the non-translated Nigerian words mean. So hopefully that will help. And other than that, know that he does explain within the sentences. He'll frequently explain what the words mean as well. But jump right in. We're going to do 2 more sprints. So hopefully you'll get in a decent distance. And also, Nani, if you missed it, I did put on my Discord a Things Fall Apart discussion. So if you want to discuss any of the parts of the books, you can put spoiler comments there as well as on Storygraph if you don't use Storygraph that often. And you said, haha, no boob. Yeah, I figured you went to a book club meeting. I know typos. And Karen, I think people hear negative about books and then jump on the bandwagon and never read the book. Yep. And that's why I read books that are banned. That's also why I read books that have bad reviews and are said to be like whatever, have negative things. I don't do it all the time, but if I'm interested in the book, despite what the reviews are, I may still try it myself. So I have an understanding and I can coherently talk about whatever book it is because I've read it. It's also why I don't review books that I DNF. Diana said Ghost by Jason Reynolds was another book I read on the Great American Read, put on by PBS. Awesome. And it has a glossary. Yay. Okay. So there's my tip. So hopefully that helps you if you get lost in like, okay, what's this word that's not translated? Or you don't want to wait for his explanation. All right, so I'm going to star that comment so that we can go. Well, there was that. I was about to like sneeze and do who knows what, and then the timer went off. All right, let's go back into our second to last sprint. So I won't put up the little banner of doom. And here we go. I will see you guys in an hour.